What's going on, everybody? It's your boy Doc Holiday. We're back with another HBCU OverDrive live show. If you haven't done by now, make sure that you like the stream. Make sure that you hit the comment, share, and most of all, subscribe and hit that notification bell to get everything HBCU OverDrive. As always, it is Saturday night, and you already know what's going on. It is Doc and SheLovesThee. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I'm doing good. Thank you again for inviting me on the show.
All right. All right. Everybody is jumping in between our show and Ken's show, so it's gonna be kind of funny seeing what's up. Um so how was the Saturday so far?
I was just chilling at the house. My son's with his dad. So yeah, I've been having a good day.
Okay. Oh my goodness. I'm looking at my phone. I'm looking at the updates. Did the Chargers want to come? Did they want to come to play this game tonight? Because Trevor Lawrence done got picked off 4 times in the first half.
I don't really watch the
Okay.
Chargers and the was it Jacksonville Jaguars?
Mm-hmm.
But if I was betting on the game, I would take Jacksonville for the second half.
Okay. You'll take Jacksonville for the second half because they just get ready to start the second half too.
I'm not sure what the line is. I don't watch the Jacksonville Jaguars like that, but I would definitely take them for the second half line, which I'm pretty sure it's not going to be that.
Okay. All right. So what we got right here? This is the your slide for the what we got right here. Slides for
Oh, I added that slide for later when we talk
okay,
about
okay,
the recruits.
okay, okay. So look, we gonna first thing we gonna do, we gonna go around town. We gonna go around the SWAC, see what's going on with the SWAC. Um whenever I can get this thing going. There you go. So around the SWAC and MEAC we go. Let's start off with the women's. Let's start off with the women's. We got an upset. We had an upset today, earlier today. Prairie View beats Jackson State by 4. Stopped that 40-game conference win streak. So
It was 38.
38. I'm about to say it was 40.
Rob J said it was 38.
Okay. Okay. So man, that's crazy though, because they haven't lost. They in 2.5 years. Um, they were up pretty much in the first half. They were up pretty much in the first half. Um, Trying to see what's the how we did as far as shooting free throws, because I know that's one of our Achilles heel.
It was the turnovers,
Yeah.
actually. There was a lot of turnovers. We actually tied it up with 20 seconds left in the game, 25 seconds left in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And we tied it up 65 to 65. And then we had a foul and a turnover that sealed the game.
Yeah. Kishana Lucky, she turned the ball over 7 times. Turnover 7 times. She only played 18 minutes, but 7 turnovers in 18 minutes. That is not a good recipe to actually win the game. So trying to figure out what's going on. Other than, you said that they tied the game up with some minutes left in the fourth quarter. Um, looks like it was even, almost it was evenly matched, but 18 to 39 for 46% field goal percentage. 4 for 11 for 3-pointers. 25 of 33, which was 76% from the free throw line. Overall rebounds, 32 rebounds, 8 assists, 7 steals, 1 block, but the 27 turnovers was the killer. But it really well, I take that back because I was about to say I'm looking at it. I was looking at something wrong. That's compared to Prairie View's 11 turnovers, but they were abysmal as far as shooting the ball. 22 of 63. That's a 35% clip from the field. 9 of 27, which is 33% from 3-point range. 16 of 24, 67% from the free throw line. 31 rebounds total, 13 assists, 14 steals, 1 block, but they less turnovers, 16 less turnovers than Jackson State, but they had 27 personal fouls. So the game was evenly matched. The game was evenly matched.
It was a home game, and
Mm-hmm.
Jackson State is everybody's championship game because they have won consecutively for so long. Anytime Jackson State women's basketball team comes onto your home court or you go to their home court, it's like a championship game for them. And
Mm-hmm.
so they're coming to play. They're not coming to fool around, they're coming to play. And
Right.
just so happened that for this particular game, uh, Prairie View won the battle on executing when there were turnovers by Jackson State and capitalizing off of it.
Okay. That's cool. In other SWAC women's basketball action, Grambling gets beat by 10 to Southern, 59 to 49. Southern's women's team can actually play. They can actually ball. So I think I've seen a couple of clips with them uh um balling. I forgot who they were playing against. But they can actually play. I think that would be Jackson State biggest uh that would be Jackson State's biggest game right there when they play against Southern. Uh I want to know when they play that game right there because I actually want to try to see, I don't know about streaming it, but um try to do a watch party, see how that goes. Pine Bluff takes down FAMU 71 to 68. Don't know what's going on with FAMU because they are 2-13 overall. I'm looking at it to where the head coach for FAMU's women's basketball team, she might be gone out of there. Coach Pillow, she might be out of there. Bethune-Cookman with a 15-point win against Mississippi Valley, 70 to 55. And last but not least, Alcorn takes down Texas Southern in overtime, 76 to 67. And Texas Southern is 1-15, so they are last in the conference as far as overall wins. But but to say about the Jackson State, the Jackson State women's, for the simple fact that they actually had this winning streak, and during this whole winning streak in conference, they dominated everybody in conference. I don't think it was I think it probably, you could say, out of those 38 to 40 games, let's just say Rob J said 38 game win streak, right? Out of those 38 games, how many games you think that was close?
10 of them.
So out of the 38 game win streak in conference, how many games you think were close?
Oh, you talking about with the women's Jackson State women's team?
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably say 10 out of the 30.
10 out of 30. So like 30% of the game was actually close and everything else was a blowout.
Well, it just depends on what you think is considered a blowout. So is that 15 points or more, 20
15
points
points or
or
more.
more? Oh, probably 90% of the games are 15 points or more then.
Okay.
Only 10% of them are close. I think they had a close one. That first year, we won regular conference and then we lost in the tournament, if I remember correctly.
Sonny Boone said that Martino she got many shots, but she probably had trouble trying to find a rhythm. And I think that's the thing right there when you're trying to find a rhythm, especially for a big. But they do go back to play. So basically they're staying in Houston. So they'll be playing Texas Southern on Monday at 5:30. So if we got any alum down in Houston, go check out the women's team down there in Houston. They'll be playing at the HPE Center on Monday, 5:30. So to the men's side, the men. So Mo Williams suffered his first conference loss. Also against Prairie View, 59-50. And I'm looking at the box scores. They were 20 of 63. That's a 32% from the field. 5 of 23, which is 22% from 3-point range. Overall, 28 rebounds, 9 assists, 7 steals, 5 blocks, 14 turnovers to Prairie View's. They both was terrible. They both was terrible from the field, from 3 and from overall. Free throws, Prairie View shot 60% from the free throw. Jackson State only shot 5 of 8 from free throw range for the free throws. So basically, that tells me that they're not bringing the ball in to either the bigs, or they're not penetrating to get inside to get easy buckets, or to get to draw fouls. That's something that I think that's something that they have to work on. And plus, you working with really a 7-man rotation, because he only had 2 people come out the bench the whole game. So you working with a 7-man rotation where Prairie View can go all 10 if they wanted to. They can go all 13 or 14, but they have to find the consistency to get to the free throw line. They have to shoot better from 3-point range, because 5 of 23 is not going to cut it. And especially against a team that likes to run up and down the court like Prairie View does. So I think they'll stay in Houston. They'll figure something out. Mo will figure something out as far as trying to get the team to get back on track. And I know they'll play They'll be in Houston also. They play at 7:30 against Texas Southern. So that would be a good matchup right there. Um, in other men's news, Pine Bluff beats FAMU 67 to 54. Overall, FAMU, when it comes to basketball, they're not looking good in basketball at all. Maybe they just need to stick to football.
Wow, that's harsh.
They 2-13. Maybe they need to stick to football.
Let me see. That's why somebody said don't release no extra shoes. We don't want to see no extra shoes. We want y'all to actually win.
I'm just saying, like it's terrible. And that I said, Pine Bluff not a bad team. They're not a bad team at all. I'm just saying that what's going on. Um, what is the deal? Because people was talking about FAMU was going to have this somewhat, I want to say great, but decent basketball team. But I don't think that decent is the word. My thing is y'all need to go blow that thing up and start all over from the drawing board. But other than that, we got Grambling losing to Southern 81 to 73.
I'm
Southern
actually very disappointed in the Gremlins men team because they were really putting on a show. Pre-conference, they were beating some tough Power 5 teams, or maybe they were slaw Power 5 teams, but they were still like representing really well for the SWAC. So I expected them to basically sweep the SWAC. So I'm surprised at, I think this is their second loss now, that they've just been losing in the SWAC like that.
they this is their first loss in the SWAC. Yeah, this is their first loss in the SWAC right here. So nope, second loss. You said you're right, second loss. So they're 3-2 in the SWAC right now, and it's still early though. It is still early, so they have the team that can actually.
Yeah, if you click on that thing, it's got the stats. If you click on that little,
oh, you got everything right here.
just the standings, it should be. There you go.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Oh, good. Yep. So we got Southern at the top, Alcorn. Right behind them, Jackson State is third. And this is all, this is all conference play. But Southern, I'll tell you this though. Southern can run you up and down the court with ease. Southern can run you up and down the court. I think the game me and Mr. Ford we was watching after that national championship debacle. They can actually Southern can actually run you. They can run you out the gym. So you got Mississippi Valley losing to Bethune 77 to 71. So Bethune is looking at it. They're like six.
I'm actually really, really surprised about Grambling State, and I've been rooting for them. I mean, of course, I want Jackson State to win, but Grambling State, just because they did so well in their preseason, I was expecting for them to sweep the SWAC. I had them slated to win the SWAC just because based off of how good they were playing.
So Ronald said that Grambling had his top two players out with injuries today. still got to bring it. You still got to bring it. Still, it's always going. It's always next man up. I'm gonna just say it just like that. It's always next man up. And then last but not least, Alcorn defeats Texas Southern in overtime, 79-74. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with Texas Southern though, because I, like because this is what I say. They always talk about Texas Southern. Always talk about, well, we're gonna wait till basketball season. We're gonna wait till basketball season. We're gonna wait till basketball season. They go on this barnstorming tour. They get sometimes they win, but then most of the time they get throttled by these Power 5 schools to get the money. Then when they come back into the SWAC, they pretty much beat up everybody in the SWAC, and they go to the tournament. They win the conference tournament. They win the outright conference championship. They win the tournament. They go to the NCAA tournament. But trying to figure out what is going on this season for them to be, I wouldn't say this terrible early in the season, but the way that it's looking, this is how I'm seeing it, that they're looking terrible.
Yeah, we need to take a look at some of their games and see, maybe we could see like how close were these games that they're losing, and then maybe we can figure out if the reason why they're losing like that is because is the other team playing that good, or are they just playing that bad. So I went ahead and added their schedule. It looks like they lost to Valley, and that's not a dig on Valley. It's just, the Alcorn State, that was a very close game. The Valley game, that was very close.
Mm-hmm.
They beat Hampton. That was good. They beat North American. That was good. They only lost by 1 to North Carolina A&T, which North Carolina A&T has been doing really good in their respective conference.
Right.
And they only lost to Southern by 1. So they've been playing Arkansas Pine Bluff they've been playing it close.
I see what you're saying now. So every game that they don't play, other than that, when they played Grambling, because that was a 13-point loss right there. I really ain't gonna count that Kansas game because I feel like that's an exhibition game to me. But you're all right. I'm surprised that I'm looking at the game, like you said, the games that they played, and I'm looking at the game right here with Wichita State, which is, I'm surprised that they was close in that game right there. And then when you look at the Southern game, I'm surprised that they was close in that game, which they could have won that game right there too, because it could have went either way. The Pine Bluff game could have went either way.
When it's that close, it's usually those are usually like fouls being called, and they're shooting free throws, because I know that like the Jackson State game, it was 65-69, I think, but it was literally like in the last 20 seconds they were able to score those 4 points due to free throws.
Yeah, so like even that Valley game, like I said, down here with the Valley game, was still close on that one. So, and then too, you gotta realize it's still the first. It's still 4 games into the conference. 4 or 5 games into the conference schedule. So they still got like 13, 14 more games to play before they even before they get settled with the conference tournament. But the thing about it though, to me, is always this. Texas Southern always brag about their basketball, because they say they know that they're terrible in football. That's the reason why they don't go. They don't what's the word I'm looking for? They don't support the football team like they will support basketball.
Which is really sad because are you talking about Texas Southern that has Andrew Body?
Mm-hmm.
They've had two, and this is going on. This is going to be the third season where they've had an opportunity to build their football program around a decent quarterback, and they just kind of failed to do so. And I think that's sad that they don't support their football team like that because
Right.
you have a decent quarterback.
Yeah, they got a decent quarterback. They had decent quarterbacks. Even though the year that they had who's that? DeAndre Johnson. The transfer from he was at Florida State and went to Florida Atlantic, and he was on Last Chance U. They had decent quarterbacks. It's just the fact that the support for the football team is not there, but they'll have full on support for the basketball team because they feel like that's what's that's what's getting them over. But they got to put in support for that football team, especially if you're playing in that soccer stadium. You got to support that football team. I don't care what anybody say.
What soccer stadium?
The soccer stadium that they play in, um, the if you watch, did you watch the game or when they played they played Jackson State?
I didn't realize that was a soccer stadium.
Yeah, that's the soccer stadium. That's the soccer stadium. That's the reason why Mr. Ford be talking about they don't need to be playing in that soccer stadium all the time. But
Yeah, Mr. Ford, I didn't realize that's what he was talking about.
yeah. But Texas Southern, I hopefully they'll pick it up because when it comes to basketball, especially men's basketball, you gotta have them up there. You gotta have them towards the top because that kind of gives when it comes to basketball, that kind of gives the SWAC its shine right there. But to have Grambling and also Southern, and then you could add in surprise Bethune-Cookman into play with their play, then it you get eyes to watch. You get the eyes to watch the product on the court. And it's the same thing we say we want to get the eyes to watch the product on the field. So, but yeah, when when it comes to the with Grambling, when it comes to the injured players, it's the next man up. That's all it is. Let's see what he say. Oh yeah, I already know where I pass through Monroe all the time. I don't really stop in Monroe, Louisiana. I just pass through. I try to drive slow on Interstate 20 through there because y'all state troopers like to hide in the trees. I'm just saying. So what we got? So what is the first slate? What is the first topic on the agenda today? First of all, before we get into the interview, let's talk about the football players trying to get getting their page, they're monetizing their channels for YouTube and Instagram and all this other stuff like that, which I think that's the best thing right there. Especially with Trayvon Riggins with his behind the scenes footage of spring conditioning. You got Antonio Doyle with his YouTube page. You got Sevion Wilkinson with his even Tristan Sion with his YouTube page. A lot has been done, for them to get themselves monetized. Even having their YouTube page might be able to get them some sort of NIL deal. Uh, when it comes down to it, um, my whole thing is as Jacksonians, we should be able to go out there and actually try to get these kids to there's 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, so they can go ahead and monetize that page. And
Well, I think one thing that's great about this monetizing, or these athletes that decided to take over with social media and become the basically that background eye for what's going on at Jackson State, is we can see that a lot of people are tuned into it. So they actually like tuning in to see what's going on with Jackson State. And so I feel like they're going to have no issues at all with getting to the amount of required subscribers. All it takes for them is really one video to go viral and making sure that they get the subscribers. I found Antonio Doyle's page. So he has a really fun page. He does go over the Jackson State water crisis, and he does interviews on that as well. He went to the basketball game with Seven McGee, and then he just asked questions. So he has a really good channel. I think he had 700 followers the other day, and now he's up to 1.28, or so that's 1,280 subscribers. Let's see, who else do we have?
how you doing, Mr. Ford?
Hey, how's it going? How y'all doing?
We're doing good. We talking about these. We talking about the football team for Jackson State.
Yeah, I've been tuning in to Riggins. Is that his name? That's I've been listening and watching him. I haven't seen Doyle, but I've seen Riggins, a couple of his little shots, and yeah, I've enjoyed them.
Yeah, so it's good. We need to get these kids since we can't give them money outright, because doing that we consider we consider ourselves as a booster. They can't say we can put it in my cash out, because that would be considered, impermissible benefits. This is about the best thing for them to do to actually get monetized. They can ask, people to come and subscribe and watch the videos, so they can actually get monetized with this, because in a sense it's hard. I mean, you can say it's hard work, but for them it's easy, because they you got a lot of fans, and they can have a lot of behind the scenes.
Yeah, I think they're gonna replace the pregame show. They're probably gonna replace Neely, because they're right there. They're in the middle of it. They at ground zero. And that's what everybody wants to see.
See what you got right here.
This is the former 4-star. He ended up as a composite, as a 3-star. Tristan Sion. He started out with about 200 followers, and I'm going to post his link in the comments so you can go and follow him as well. He goes over the journey of how he decided to choose an HBCU over Power 5 school. So it's a really good watch, and it's great to see that his mom is really grounded, and she really wanted him to. So a lot of parents and a lot of students, they bought into Coach Prime's message about going to a HBCU, but just because he left, that didn't mean that they still didn't buy into it. So there's a lot of people that decided, I do still want for my son to go to a HBCU. And the students felt like, I loved going there. I liked the atmosphere. And he spoke about how coaches leave all the time, they get fired, they get promoted. And then he said that he bought into Jackson State and the culture, and he loved for everything that it stood. And so that's why he chose it. So make sure you go ahead and like and subscribe to his channel and watch that video.
Hey, have y'all heard that Baltimore now has a water crisis, or something is going on up there concerning their water? Have y'all heard that?
I haven't heard about that. I got to take a look at that.
Yeah, take a look at it. Baltimore, and I think it might have been a couple of other cities. I know y'all heard about
it's where predominantly Black people live. We gotta go ahead and bring that one out. It's the places where the Black people live. That's where
and they have a high amount of lead in the water too.
Mm. Yeah, that's some Flint stuff right there.
Yeah.
The way about this, you know, when it comes to me, I feel like, in a sense, I think Coach Prime, when he said that message that kids can come play at HBCUs, I think some kids kind of bought into it. But my opinion, I think when it was the post game comment of what Aubrey Miller said to me.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
I feel like that was. I feel like that was the nail on the head to try to, you know, when he said you can come home, you can play, you know what I'm saying, for your people, you can get drafted by coming here. I think that was the actual nail on the head when he said that, and I feel like that's part that it goes just like we talked about this earlier, Mr. Ford. It goes back into the HBCU renaissance.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's 33% of our people made up their minds they want to return to their heritage, and that means going back to HBCUs. And my banner year is I always look at 2020. 2020, you know, it's just that everybody started looking at the HBCUs, and it was like, for me, like we went back to the 70s. Because now I know y'all been hearing about all them athletes coming into the SWAC this week. FAMU's raking up, Jackson. So you heard Southern got the quarterback they wanted, right?
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, he's coming from UAB.
3-star, right? Isn't he a 3-star? Isn't he a 3-star?
Yeah, he's 3-star. Yeah, he's from Baton Rouge, but he's been at UAB. Alabama A&M got a kid, quarterback, big kid, 6'3", 6'4". He's coming from University of Buffalo. He's originally from Maryland, but he's both of them well-trained. 247 had information on him. Because I'm going to tell you something about O'Dooley now. If he gets a big-time quarterback, he rolls. Because you saw what he did with Jawan Pass. You saw what he did with Devontae Kincaid. Anytime
what did he do with Jawan Pass? What did he do with Jawan?
He was good until them last 2 or 3 games. When he went and faced Texas A&M, they beat him up. Then, them last 3 games, he was terrible. But if you look at the early part of the season, he was on. He was looking like he was ready to go to NFL. But the end of the season, he was just terrible.
I think he did good when he had Jalen Morton.
Oh, yeah. I like he went to the Green Bay Packers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was good. He was a big dude. I remember him. Now, he was a pure athlete. He was a big guy, could run and throw.
So I'm gonna wait for the recruiting, some more recruiting, but I want to get to the Tolly Carr interview with Neely while he was at Colorado. And my whole thing is, what I got out of it is, the pregame show, that's his baby,
Yeah.
He did what a lot of people wouldn't do. Like he went full. He went head first in with what with his show. He knew what was going on with Prime coming into Jackson, and being that it was, that's going to get eyes to watch this channel. There's going to be money, to be made when people watch the channel, when people subscribe to the channel. Um, there's a lot of information, but my thing about it is, understandably so, that is your baby. That's yours. I'm not gonna tell no, I ain't gonna tell him what to name his show, what to, do with his show or nothing like that. But just for the sake of us Jacksonians, take the out of the pregame show. Call it something else. Call it running with the Buffaloes. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Call it something else. Go ahead.
Well, if you go to HBCU game day and you go to the pregame show, and you just click on their videos, and you can scroll through their videos. If
Mm-hmm.
the thing of it is, Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, it's in the algorithm. If I put Deion Sanders on my video, I'm already automatically going to be streamed more, as in I'm going to be promoted more, because
Right.
Deion Sanders is like a buzzword. So the reason why, I mean, there's videos in here that almost got 500,000 views, versus, we're not going to say that HBCU Game Day isn't posting content that's HBCU related. It's just not getting the views.
Right.
They'll post something about Livingstone beating Claflin, and it'll only get a certain number of views. Or they'll post about Morgan State, but then when they post about Coach Prime, it's going to get 20,000 views. And then depending on what it is, it'll get 500,000. So if they are creating income, then I can definitely understand, especially since both pregame show and HBCU game day, they were both created before Prime.
Right.
And they weren't doing any type of numbers. And then Coach Prime came and they got some content and they started doing a lot of numbers. And then when they transitioned over to Colorado, you even bought in a brand new base, which is predominantly white people.
Right.
So I can definitely understand from a monetary standpoint, but it looks kind of tacky from, if your main goal is to promote HBCUs, it does look kind of tacky to, or if your main goal is Jackson State, it does look kind of tacky to keep the pregame show when you can change it into building with the Buffaloes, we come in, or like he can't say college game day, but HBCU and Colorado game day. Like, because what are you going to do when Coach Prime leaves there?
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to talk about? You have to find out what your niche is and what your lane is and drive in it. But they've been so successful with Coach Prime that they will continue to talk about him.
Right. Edwin, you cannot call it the herd. That name is already trademarked and copyrighted. I don't think he want Colin Coward to be coming after him being copyrighted like that. But I agree with, this is what Ronald Hutt says right here. Like, to me, if you're going to do the pregame show, if you're going to go between Boulder, Colorado and Jackson, Mississippi, I would say you already got your one audience for the pregame show, because that's nothing but straight HBCU football, whatever, right there. Make another channel for Colorado, because you make another channel just make a channel for Colorado. You already, and then you going to get the numbers. You're going to get the subscribers up there for
that would actually be a good idea for him to start a Colorado show. So now he has 2 YouTube channels.
Yeah, that's double the money right there.
Double the money, because those people are going to subscribe to that new channel real quick. If you say, I'm going to drop a video when I get to 5,000 subscribers about Deion and him eating grits at this location, they're going to subscribe.
Right.
And then he's going to have access to some of the recruits at Colorado. So that is a great idea for him to go ahead and build his base in Colorado and have a new YouTube channel. while preserving the pregame show. Because what are you going to do if Coach Prime leaves or gets fired in a year and a half? Once Shador gets drafted, what if he doesn't want to coach anymore? What are you going to do? You going to go back to Texas and follow him around the house?
Nah, I don't think he gonna want to do that. But you know what I'm saying? Like I would say just get 2 channels. Like if let's just say if I want to cover the XFL and USFL, do you think I'm gonna do that specifically on the channel that I have right here just for HBCU, sports and the culture? No, we talk about pro stuff because we have some players that are actually playing in the pros that's from our from respective schools. But I'm not about to spend an hour and a half just dedicated to this professional league on a channel that's only meant for HBCUs, football, sports, and culture, bands, and all this stuff like that. I'm not about to sit here and do that, where I could just go ahead and make another channel and get all my info with the videos and stuff like that and cover from there. So to me, if I knew it, I would come up with the idea. Look, I'm just gonna go ahead and do running with the Buffaloes. You know what I'm saying? Running with Ralphie. I mean, or my favorite word place with Mr. Ford. What you call it? Siberia, America.
Yeah, Siberia. I'm gonna just tell you, he has no credibility with me. I used to watch the pregame show every day. I haven't watched it in a while. I thought that he has no credibility with me. I really don't. Really don't.
And I'm like what you said. There is no guarantee he'll stay at Colorado because if Shador got, let's say Shador be 1 year in Colorado, who is he going to coach? I mean, other than Travis and the other players that actually followed him to Colorado, what I'm saying? What is he going to do?
Coach Prime, go ahead, Mr. Ford.
Okay, I was going to say, you should read that New York Times article on Coach Prime. He doesn't stay with anything long. That's been him throughout his career, his life. Whatever he gets involved in, he's like a hot flash, and then he's gone. If you get a chance, read that article. They did an in-depth article on his life. I'm telling you, he doesn't stay with anything long.
He said he's here for a good time, not a long time.
Yeah.
So if it's going good, he's gonna stay. If it's going bad, he's gonna be looking for a way out.
Right. That's him. You make sure you read that article. It's from the New York Times. It was published when he accepted the Colorado job. They wrote an article on him.
Okay.
It's a very interesting article. It's from the New York Times. I'll tell you what, Doc, you're sitting by your computer, right?
Yeah.
Put it in. Put in New York Times article on prime time.
She beat
See
me
if it comes up. Should have been probably.
Think about about a couple weeks ago, 2 weeks ago.
Maybe yeah. I was thinking maybe a few, maybe 2, 3. Yeah. You should. Do you see it? It was New York Times.
I think I found it.
You found it? Hey, it's a really good read. You see it, Mr. Wong?
Let's see if we can get it up here. Let me see.
That is Edwin. That is true. Primetime fans follow him everywhere. But it's just the same thing. Like if LeBron.
Can y'all see that?
Let me see. Is it right here? Oh yeah, I read this one right here.
Is this the one, Mr. Ford?
Is that the New York Times?
It says Deion Sanders leaving Jackson State is no surprise in the coaching world.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. It's a really good read.
I just don't. I think it's not Coach Prime going to a Power 5 does not mean that that's going to be what it is for other Black coaches. I think that's kind of a little bit disingenuous to make that type of leap, that because he went to Colorado, other Black coaches are going to be able to follow.
Right. No, that's not true. That's not true. And then the thing was, they talking about Charles Kelly, how great he is. I've watched Kelly for years. He was here at Georgia Tech. He ain't no better than Dennis Thurman, if you ask me.
Oh, you talking about as far as DC?
Defensive coordinator, yeah. I've watched Kelly for years. He used to be here at Georgia Tech. He ain't got nothing on Dennis Thurman.
Well, is that supposed to be his defensive coordinator?
Yeah, Kelly came from Alabama. Used to be at Florida State and was at Georgia Tech for some years. That's why I first, read about him and watched him. He was at Georgia Tech.
So he was under Paul Johnson at the time, right?
Wait a minute. Was it Paul Johnson or what? Didn't Tech have Al Groh?
Yeah, Tech did have Tech did have Al Groh. Al Groh was at Virginia. Tech had Chan Gailey.
Oh, I'm thinking, yeah, he was somewhere. I don't think he was with Paul Johnson. I think he was with maybe Chan Gailey or either. But I thought that Al Groh wasn't he the defense That's what it was. Al Groh was the defense coordinator at Georgia Tech. He left. Charles Kelly took over because I remember they said he simplified because Groh was all NFL. Mm-hmm. Everything was NFL. Because I'm trying to think, was Al Groh with Belichick? I have to look that up.
Yeah, Al Groh.
Yeah, they said he ran Tech's defense like it was NFL. Mm-hmm. Everything was NFL, and the kids were kind of confused. He left. Charles Kelly took over and simplified everything. And I think he left here and went to Florida State, I believe, with Jimbo Fisher or somebody.
As Charles, you talking about Charles Kelly?
Yeah.
I have to look. I'm gonna have to look at that again. I didn't even get in BAC basketball. This must have been an exciting game. Howard versus Norfolk State.
You said pull up the MEAC game stats?
Yeah. Because I didn't even get into that. I forgot to get into that. Yeah, they got Eastern Shore, they won. Yeah. I wonder what's going to happen with Coppin State. I wonder what's going to happen with Juan Dixon as a head coach, because I think he doesn't have control of his basketball program.
So I pulled up the Norfolk State Spartans men's basketball game that was played today. I guess it's the Howard Bison versus Norfolk State, and Norfolk State lost 84-86. It looks like they were ahead during the first half. Let me see if I can pull up that screenshot.
It's crazy. I'm looking at their stats. They shot 53% from the field. Now that's gonna be. I think this is gonna be a 3-team race in the MEAC when it comes to basketball. Let me see. This is it. Yes. All right. Oh, that's not it.
One. It's the other one.
Okay. Okay. There you go. So we're looking at it 86, 84. Um,
Norfolk still has a really good. They're all 12-6 overall, even after non-conference play. So they're a really good team.
Yeah, Norfolk State always have a good basketball team when it comes, especially. Well, I don't know about to say especially when it comes to MEAC play, but I know as far as when it comes to non-conference play, they Coach Jones likes to schedule. He likes to schedule hard teams for a non-conference, and he kind of stays within that. He kind of stays within that East Coast range. He doesn't venture past past the Mississippi. So he'll stay on the East Coast to actually get his team better, because he knows that the region for basketball is on the Eastern Seaboard.
Yeah, that's Norfolk State.
Mm-hmm.
He's really good. The guy he took over from was good too.
Yeah,
they're New Yorkers. Them guys out of New York.
And I'm not going to sleep on, and I'm not going to even sleep on Howard, because I know a couple of Howard alums said that this team is actually better than when they had Makura Maker on the team.
Oh yeah, they were young at that time. Yeah, they were young.
So
they were young. I saw that squad. They were pressing, and he was injury prone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's a 3-team race. Well, if you think about it, it might be a 14 race. You got North Carolina Central.
Yeah.
Who kind of say they want to be the standard of MEAC basketball, and that's Lavelle Moulton's team right there.
I'm surprised Lavelle hadn't got a bigger offer. He's really good. I've watched him for years now. He's real good. I've watched him one night beat North Carolina State, and I think I saw him beat somebody else on the Power 5 level.
Mm-hmm.
Moulton is really good.
And then you got Morgan State, which is who
I pulled up the I have the MEAC standings.
Yeah.
You can pull it, switch it out.
All right.
Put it on there for you.
Now, to be honest with you, Norfolk State might be the best black college basketball program in the country.
Do you think they'll beat Grambling healthy, Mr. Ford?
I saw them today, man. I was so impressed with them. Let me tell you something. I'm going to say this again. That tournament needs to either be number one in Jackson, Mississippi, or in Baton Rouge. That's where that SWAC basketball tournament should be. Because I saw some good basketball today. I watched Grambling Southern. I watched Alcorn and Texas Southern. Listen, them some good games. That tournament's gonna be nice, man. But the tournament site needs to be either Jackson 1 or Baton Rouge number 2. It don't need to be in Birmingham.
If they go to Baton Rouge, where will they play in Baton Rouge?
On Southern's campus.
Okay.
On Southern's campus. They had 6,000 plus there today. They played on Southern campus.
If Southern's basketball team is good, they'll come out for the games. But they always traditionally come out for basketball anyway.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Especially the years that Ben Jobe, that's somebody
listen. I remember when he was on the staff at Georgia Tech with Bobby Crimmins.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's when I first heard. He left Georgia Tech and went to Alabama A&M, and he was SIAC. He left Alabama A&M and went to Southern, and he had Avery Johnson in them.
Oh yeah, he had a good squad. He had Avery
man, they
Johnson,
were
Bobby Fields.
Yeah, Bobby Fields was later. Bobby was probably about 90, 91. They were really good. Bobby's team was good, man. Because they beat Georgia Tech one year, and that was in the 90s. They beat Georgia Tech in the NCAA tournament.
I about to say one with when they had Mark Price because they wasn't with Mark Price. Mark Price was already in NBA.
Mark was at the time. He was with Cleveland Cavaliers. He and
You
Brad.
talking about? Are you talking about the team, the Georgia Tech team with Malcolm Mackey
and Forrest, James Forrest.
James Forrest, and I think
that
one of
should
them
have been
Barry.
what, 91, 92?
I think one of them Barry boys was on the team too.
Yeah, it was. Listen, it was about 3 or 4 of them on the team. Yeah, because Rick Barry had a lot of children.
Yeah. Let me get back to Neely. Yeah, to me, I just feel like when it comes down to it, Neely, I if I'm you, I monetize twice. Get your because if you're gonna go back and forth between here and Colorado and Jackson, you're gonna have your pregame show for Jackson, but I don't even think they're gonna let him on the field.
Yeah, like I told you, I don't know about the people out there in Mississippi, but he has no credibility with me. I don't ever have to see Neely again because to me, he picks sides, and he can say he's with Jackson State, but he showed you his top priority.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have any interest in Colorado Buffaloes. So for me, Neely has no credibility. I don't want to hear nothing he got to say. Don't want to see him.
Facts. Say it again, Mr. Ford. Facts.
Yeah.
But the interview that he had with Tolly, I'm like, man, you throwing up these softball questions. Like, dude, just ask him why go to Colorado when you had it all, when you had it all in Jackson.
Well, I mean, he probably didn't have it all. We have a new coach. Coach wants to run things differently, which it's Coach TC Taylor's prerogative. So if Neely is pro prime, and obviously the fact that he was not in the Celebration Bowl covering all the pre-activities, instead he was in Colorado on his official visit, then obviously he was not going to get the same access that he did previously.
Right.
So,
but I'm gonna ask this question. No, I'm not saying what he's doing is wrong. I'm just saying, like, to me, if you're gonna cover Colorado, make a channel just for Colorado. That's it. That's all you do. Make a channel just for Colorado, monetize it. Cause you're gonna get those subscribers already up there. If you up there, you covering Deion at Colorado. And then if Jackson is if Jackson is your home, he's gonna try to come home to Jackson to certain games and he could cover Jackson State games. Like I said, they probably ain't gonna let him on the field as far as media wise.
No.
But
I've been hearing them people on these different radio, not radio, but these different podcasts. Like I told somebody, Neely better go when he go to Jackson, need to have a bodyguard. Need to have a bodyguard.
Man, bye. Off script be all up and through Jackson, and they don't.
Well, he said now he's not coming back to Jackson. I heard that.
He probably.
He's serious.
He said that some policeman kind of roughed him up or something. Somebody named Levine, Officer Levine or something. He said he wouldn't be coming back to Jackson because I think it was like an incident or something.
That's when he was trying to be on the field without credentials. So
okay.
You can't be on the field without credentials.
Yeah, that's true.
And then they're not going to give you credentials because you be talking shit about Jackson State.
Yeah, that's what I say. What'd you expect?
I'm gonna talk shit about somebody I can't expect to be like, "Hey, what's up? How you doing?" It was all
you're right. You're right.
But it's also, to me, when it's also a difference when you have an opinion, but you have an unbiased opinion.
I think it's more about respect.
And that's it.
Well, but his opinion to me is based on hatred. Because I continue to say I've always felt that he had a hate for Deion's children, Deion, Jackson State. Because he admits all the time. He just found out about the SWAC about 3 weeks ago. He didn't know nothing about HBCU football. He said he tells you that all the time. But I just thought that and then the statement I saw he wrote about Travis Hunter's teeth. See, it's a lot of people don't like that kind of stuff.
It's true. We not emotional. We just talking. We having a casual conversation. Oz.
Oh yeah.
No emotion around here. It's just a
No,
casual
no, not here.
conversation.
But there are other people that do have emotions.
Like
When you,
but like I said, it's my whole thing is just, you know what I'm saying. If you want to do it twice, or you want to monetize both Colorado and Jackson, just make a separate channel for Colorado. Yeah, I mean it's okay. It's sport and entertainment. I'm just saying, but some people get all emotional about it. We're not
yeah, they
emotional.
do.
We just saying like, hey, just
They do.
make another channel.
For me, it's not really about emotion. It's kind of just like you can't say I'm forever SWAC as in somewhere around Colorado, and then expect for SWAC or the majority of Jackson State fans to rock with you on that level. There's a way to do things. And
Amen.
I think he's kind of like picking, if anything. It's kind of like
Amen.
and the fact that you have to keep covering Jackson State, like you will not see somebody from Coach Prime's no, you will not see Hughes Freeze if he had a videographer.
Mm-hmm.
See that videographer go back to Liberty to go cover some football if he decides to go down to Ole Miss, or if he decides to go to Colorado, or if he decides to go to Auburn, wherever that he decides to go, his videographer, if the videographer follows him to Auburn, he's not going to say, okay, and here at Liberty University, like you just won't see it happen. And also the whole reason why pregame show and HBCU game day, that was for exposure. Colorado doesn't need no damn exposure. They have their own systems in place.
Right.
So you can't use that excuse about I'm trying to expose people to Colorado.
And Oz, I understand that your reaction, like you said, your reaction to some people, you know, with their reaction, you know, you saying it's too much, and I understand though. Like we saying, we just don't. To me, we don't. We're not mad. I just came up with us. You know, I'm like, hey, we come up with a solution, and that's it. Or I mean, even though that's your baby, you can still give. You know, some of the stuff to Charles Bishop because he's still in Jackson. He's still in
Yeah,
Jackson.
but now that was a difference between the behavior of Bishop and Neely now. It's a big difference now.
True.
Yeah, because to me now, it was like, some people might refer that as race trading there, baby. You know, you jump in the plane too and you gone and you wearing all that Colorado stuff.
I think he just kind of thought like, okay, I'm gonna just do what Prime do. I'm gonna switch out and think that people would be okay with it.
Yeah, and I thought some of the stuff was opportunist. You know, he was acting as if he was an opportunist. He was taking advantage of a situation. That's why I said I don't have to see him ever again. I don't have to
I
watch
just think
pregame.
I am all for people moving on to different pastures, but I do think that it is kind of disingenuous to continually promote this narrative that Colorado is elevating, Colorado is better, because as we can see, based off of Coach Prime's kids, we might be going to a PWI where when we go to school, we don't have to worry about running water, but we have to live really close to other people. The houses are small. The cost of rent for a small 2 to 3 bedroom is $5,000 to $6,000 a month. If I was paying $6,000 to $7,000 a month in Mississippi, I'd be in a mansion. So there's a trade-off that comes with moving, and then you're not around Black people. And then you could tell, like, by the realtor that was showing the houses, she was like, well, let me know what your budget is. Like, she doesn't even know who she's showing houses to. She has no idea. She's telling us, give me a budget and I'll fit something for you. It's like, do you even know who these kids are? Did you do your research?
You said she didn't even know that she was showing the house to Prime.
The Prime's kids, like, they don't have a budget. What's up? Show us the houses. Like, why do we need to tell you a budget? We need a place, the tiny ass closet. You could barely fit my son's clothes in that closet. Like, but it's a trade-off. So are you really elevating? Is it really an elevation? And is this elevation something that can be it's not something that can be stabilized, because listen, if a certain amount of wins don't happen, people gonna go on the chopping block, and it's gonna be there's certain people that get chopped first. So is it really elevation? Maybe for Coach Prime, yes, but is everybody else really elevating?
I like what Edwin said right here. Don't see HBCU alums that aren't Prime fans continue to watch what he's producing due to zero interest in Colorado and due to the perception of pimping the JSU following to the hype Colorado following. Yeah, I can kind of see it. You really think about it. Like nobody, you know. But I can see where you're coming from. Like people just gonna go where they're gonna go look at something that they feel like they can tune into and they can relate to. We just so happened to at the time before he made his move to Boulder, we were so happy to relate to HBCU. I mean to the pregame show. And if you really think about it, to me, Neely only can get on HBCU game day because Charles Bishop has pulled with HBCU game day because he's actually in the media.
I have a status update. Jacksonville is only down by 2 with 6 minutes to go after being down 21 points.
Because they were playing terrible. I stopped watching the game.
I said before, if you
did say that,
let it be known that I said I don't really watch Jacksonville, but if I was to take a bet, I would take Jacksonville for the second half.
Whoa.
You did say that.
Well, one thing Jacksonville has, they have a head coach that has won a Super Bowl. That was it Peterson?
Yep.
He's good. That guy's from the Andy Reid tree. He's good. And he's the best thing probably could have happened for that what's that quarterback? Trevor Lawrence. Even though he threw 4 first half interceptions. That's what I'm saying. He's the best thing could have happened for him. Because now he's really good with quarterbacks. That guy, Doug Peterson is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Doug is from what, Louisiana? Where's he from?
Yeah, he's from Louisiana.
That's what I thought. He's from Louisiana, yeah. Because I think he was in the league. He was a player, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm. He was a backup quarterback.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Mm-hmm. I didn't understand why Philly got rid of him. I know they were saying he threw a game or something. I know they was mad about that, but I thought a lot of him, because this guy made Nick Foles a Super Bowl champion, man.
They need a Tolly and Neely show.
Yeah, that would be good. The only thing I hate, one time they had Tyler Carr doing color for a basketball game. It was terrible.
It was terrible.
It's awful. I hope they never do that again. Yeah, he's good with the HBCU show he does. I like that, but he doesn't need to call no basketball games.
It said Prime leads Colorado with JSU open the door for him. At least answer that. That is an emphatic hell no.
What was the comment?
Russell asked, he said, Prime leads Colorado with JSU open the door for him. At least
listen, there's no other black university will give him a shot. I'd be shocked. I would be shocked. Because the departure, that were bridges that were burned. And
hell will freeze over.
Yeah.
Jesus will return.
Yeah. Well, he is gonna
Mark of the
return, but
beast. Anything else that needs to happen, it'll be the end of the world.
yeah, they
Or
ain't
we
because like I said, it wasn't smooth.
I mean, at this point, Coach Prime got what he wanted to out of the deal, you know.
Yeah.
And I will say this, and I think that this is just what it is. We're gonna have to still continue to reach back. We're still gonna be talking about Coach Prime. Coach Prime's definitely gonna still be talking about Jackson State.
Yeah.
That's just what it is because everybody's going to be looking at Jackson State. And I don't know if y'all been watching, but Jackson State is on fire with recruiting.
Yes, they are. And not only Jackson now. Don't forget Florida A&M. Don't forget Florida A&M.
I don't know. I haven't seen that much with Florida A&M and Jackson
Oh, they
State.
brought in 6, I think, this week.
Okay. We'll see
Yeah.
on signing
They
day.
got a big-time linebacker from Temple. Let's see. They got a punter. He's a high school kid. The guy from
We'll go today. I think I did see something about the punter.
yeah, they had about 6. I want to say Kofi and them showed them on that. You know, they got that show called the Orange and Green Strike Zone or something. What is that?
Yeah, Orange and Green Strike Zone.
Yeah, I watched them. They featured about 6, maybe brought in 8, but I think it was 6. I remember. They hot now. They hot. Jackson, like you said, Jackson is hot. Now, right now, the thing that we not publicizing is how hot Jackson State's girls basketball team is. That's the really hot thing. Is that basketball team? That Miss Tamika Reed, she's doing it.
You know we lost today, right?
We lost today.
No, Jackson State girls lost
to Prairie View.
No,
you missed that part of the show. They broke the snap. They snapped it.
Well, you know, that's Coach Pugh is out there at Prairie View. She used to be at Southern. She's a good coach. But listen, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I was thinking Jackson girls would go undefeated in the SWAC again.
They probably might have that one loss right there.
I think they needed that.
Because nobody's beaten them in 2 or 3 years, right?
Yeah.
They've won like almost 38 games straight.
That's 2 years or 3 years?
2.5 years.
That's right. So Prairie View beat Jackson's girls today.
It really came down to the wire. And you know what? The game was freezing, but basically, I think I hear echo. Is there an echo on here?
Oh, it might be my phone.
Okay. So basically, it was 65-65, and it came down to fouls and turnovers. The last couple of seconds. It was like 25 seconds left.
Oh, okay. Because you know, I've been saying for the longest now, if Jackson don't give us some more money, they're gonna lose her. Because she's too good. That lady's really good, man.
Mm-hmm.
She is real good, and she can attract them big time. Now you talking about can go get some big time girls. She can do it. Man.
Let's get to
it says that they had 27 turnovers today.
Yeah, 27 turnovers.
Wait a minute, Jackson girls had 27 turnovers?
27 turnovers today.
And the game was close?
And the game was close.
Oh, that's awful. Oh,
they couldn't hit free throws.
Oh, okay. So they were at Prairie View?
Yeah.
It was a home. Prairie View was playing home and they was playing hard. And like I said earlier, every team that plays Jackson State, it's their championship game because they've won so much and for so long and they're so dominant. It's like a championship game. They're going to play hard.
So it get to the next topic. Quay Davis. I know he's in the transfer portal. But from what you seen over the break that he did have a break-in in his apartment while he was gone, and it pretty much they stole most of his stuff. They stole a lot, majority of his stuff. He, from my hearing that he did put out there that he felt like it was the school's fault that his place got broken into, and you know, he you know, 18, 19 years old, 19 years old, he felt violated that, you know, somebody broke into his place while he was gone. But, you know, I tell you just like this. Even when I was at Jackson, I stayed over in Stewart Hall. Somebody broke into my room and stole almost everything out of my room. I had to start all the way over. I went home to Dallas. I came back and most of my stuff was gone. Only thing that probably stayed up in my room was clothes and shoes. They stole electronics like TV and PlayStation, but they stole my roommate's TV and PlayStation and stereo, and they stole my little TV that I had, and I was like, it sucks. Cause, you know, but I didn't blame the school for for what happened. I feel like I kind of blame a little bit of myself. So I'm like, it happens, because it's especially when you gone on Christmas break and you out for like 3 weeks, and you don't have nobody's not there to watch your stuff.
The only question that I would have, because based off of what he said, it's like they broke TVs, which if you're going to rob somebody, why are you breaking TVs? They stole my furniture. So is it that you were supposed to be moved out of your place at a certain time frame and you didn't know whether or not you was coming back or not, or your roommates had to be out and they had to clear the stuff out? Like, I want to know, because somebody stealing somebody's couch, that's a little excessive.
Right.
So it's interesting to figure out who had access to your room, who had access to who were you sharing with, and how did your stuff get missing, and where the hell did a whole couch go? Like, it just seems to me like maybe it was a situation where maybe you're supposed to be moved out at a certain time, because if you're going to steal something, why are you breaking TVs? Like, that doesn't even make sense to break a TV if you're robbing somebody.
Yeah, that's correct, because they're trying to take something valuable, but then again, pawn shop would be stupid enough to take all that stuff in. And that is true, Edwin. That's the reason why they make kids clear the room before when you leave out. But I think because did he stay in the Palisades? If he stayed in the Palisades, because I think Jackson State has authority over it, but it's off-campus apartment. If he stayed there, I don't think he should. I mean, you don't have to move your stuff out, but like, if you're on campus, then yeah, they'll tell you to take all your stuff home. I used to take all my stuff home. I don't care. I used to pile that shit up under the bus and drag it all back to Dallas.
I drag it out. That's right. Every time we closed down, I took all my stuff home, because I was in the city. We were in Atlanta, so we were was called Buttermilk Bottom. So we already knew the deal.
So I used to, or if you knew somebody that you was cool with, that stayed off campus, that had their own house or own apartment, like that was close to the school, like I would send my stuff over there to them. And then when I come back, like, I'll go pick it up and move my stuff into my dorm. Oh, Jacksonville got 3 seconds left, and they about to go for this field goal to win the game.
To win it?
To win it.
But
said take Jacksonville for the second half. I should have said Jacksonville money line for the second half. Good Lord. Let me see.
Most of the HBCUs are in the hood now, probably with the exception of Hampton. You ever been up to Hampton?
No, I haven't been to Hampton.
It's a beautiful campus, man. It sits on water. One side of it borders the water. It's a real beautiful campus, man. But most of our schools are in the hood now. So I already knew, You get your, if it was spring break, whatever. I pack my stuff up. It's going on with me because I already knew the deal.
Yeah.
I don't think it's just. I don't even think that you could equate that to only HBCUs where your stuff will get cleared out or robbed. If
Yeah,
you leave your stuff on campus, people know that you're
You
not in
hit
that
it.
building.
that's
They
right.
know that you
That's
have
right.
Xboxes. They know what type of clothes and you wear fancy shoes. Like
Yep.
that's not. We shouldn't just say, "Oh, this happens only at HBCUs." It happens at all college campuses.
Yeah, it's opportunity. If there's an opportunity, some people are going to take it. Yeah.
Yay! Jacksonville Jaguars won 31-30.
And they played terrible the first half.
Terrible.
So who do they
Uh,
play next?
no, that's it for tonight.
No, I'm saying,
Tomorrow is
no, I'm saying,
everybody else.
who does Jacksonville play next week?
Next week
Uh-huh.
is between.
Do they go to Philly?
No, that Jacksonville. No, they in the AFC. They will be in. They probably will go to Kansas City.
Oh, go to Kansas. Okay. So that's a homecoming for Peterson because he worked for what's his name?
Andy Reid.
Andy Reid. That's kind of like a homecoming.
Somebody asked me a question about Bethune-Cookman. I haven't heard any word about Bethune because Ed don't like to be in the limelight like that. But
Well, they did get some good news this week. I think Reggie Theus is getting ready to be inducted in the Basketball Hall of Fame.
One update is I would like to share this update. I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up for you all about Bethune-Cookman. So we
okay.
can just give me a second. Okay, here it is right here. Lord. All right, let me see. I can pull it up on our screen and let's see what people think about it.
I'm laughing.
Okay, I did it. I pulled it up there.
All right. Is that is it this one right here?
Yeah. What do we think about that?
Come on. Oh, come on. And then why, Miss Veronica, why you why Miss Veronica had to come on there and try to put them in place? Come on now. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, we don't need to be doing all that right there.
So, Coach Reed says, "The Lord sent me to bring glad tidings to the poor and to proclaim liberty to captives." Luke 4:18. Hail Wildcats. So, what do we think about that? Is he calling Bethune-Cookman poor?
I can't really say. I don't know if he's calling them poor or not.
I don't know. That was just interesting to me. I haven't seen anything on the side of recruiting, like a Bethune-Cookman offer or.
Yeah, they had an offensive lineman. He
We're
committed
getting
to
ready to go over our offensive lineman. Don't even worry about. I got it all set out for you, Mr. Ford. Okay, so I see it. His name is. Let me see if I can share this with you. What is his name? I can't even pronounce it. Ikinazo Mikael.
Is that the big kid about 6'4", 6'5"?
This is a 6'2" all-league defensive player of the year. He's a 3-star linebacker edge.
Where's he from?
It says Belmont Shore Rugby. I don't know where. He's from California, Carson, California.
Oh, yeah, I know Carson. Yeah. There's some good kids come out of Carson now. That's
Okay.
Carson, Bannon, Dorsey, all them schools. It's super athletes come out of there.
Yeah.
Okay. Can y'all see me while I'm scrolling down these offers? Can y'all see it scrolling? Like, is it moving?
Yeah, we see you, but I'm
Okay.
going to see if
So
I can blow it up.
So this is Edward Riley, and it says, after a great talk with Coach Reed, I'm blessed to say, and he is an offensive lineman. So this must be the one you're talking about, right?
Yeah, I think he was the first one, I think.
And that's January 12th. That was a couple of days ago.
Okay.
And then we have Phoenix Tusa. He is a defensive end. He's 6 foot, 255 pounds.
Long Beach College.
Class of 23. He's from Long Beach. So we got some people from California, and he's Polynesian.
Yeah. Listen, it's some athletes in California. Plus, it's you talking about 38 million people out there now. That's enough athletes for everybody.
Yeah, Poly. That's the same. That's all the school. That's the same school. The Bordeaux, the Bordeaux brothers, all of them go to school. Where Tyson went to school there. His younger brothers are there, still there, who gonna follow him to Grambling too.
So
now Jay Walker's played at Long Beach State. Terrell Davis played at Long Beach State. Jay Walker left Long Beach and came to Howard. Terrell left Long Beach and went to the University of Georgia.
Was that Matthew Carty? What school at?
That was Long Beach State. That when they played, it was George Allen, the old Redskins and LA Rams coach. He was there.
Antelope Valley. Oh, okay. That's Antelope Valley is in Palmdale. That's in California. It's in fact, that is where my wife is from.
Oh yeah. It's some athletes. I'm telling you now, you talking about LA and the California area, they got some super athletes now.
Yeah.
I'm glad we opened up doors for them kids to come to the HBCUs and to the SWAC.
Mm-hmm. I don't think Snoop be in Daytona unless it's Black Beach Week or something.
Yeah, man, let me tell you something. When we was in high school, we discovered Daytona Beach, man. That's some beautiful beach land, boy.
Oh, yeah.
Man, it was 26 or 30 miles of beach. You know, that Daytona 500, that's one of the biggest car races in the world.
Mm-hmm.
That's big down there.
Yeah. Oh, Lord. But yeah, that's I think all those your mic is can't hear your mic.
I don't hear any commits. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
That actually committed, but I do see that he is heavily recruiting in the okay, it says that his first commit is offensive lineman Kobe off of Blitz City podcast. He posted a video back at the beginning of the end of December that he did get his first commit, and it was
that's the one I think I read about.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, Kobe been putting in some good work lately, man. He been doing it.
Yeah, he I watched his what was that Friday yesterday his FBS
that's right. Friday. He does it. That's right. He does that FBS show on Friday.
I like that. Like it's cool. Like it's good to branch out to do, to talk about other things.
Yeah.
If I like I said, if I'm gonna do something with if I'm gonna do something like say with the XFL, the USFL, and we have players that's HBCUs that plays in those leagues, then I'm gonna cover it. I'll create another channel just to cover it.
Listen, didn't TCU's offensive coordinator go to Clemson? That Riley, where was he at? Was he Kansas State or TCU? Where was he?
You said
Garrett Riley, he's Lincoln Riley's brother. They just gave him all that money to come to Clemson. They fired their offensive coordinator. Where was Garrett Riley? Was he Kansas State or was he TCU? Where was he?
Let me see.
They just gave him millions to
He
come.
was at TCU.
Yeah, he just left to go to Clemson.
Okay.
Because Dabo Swinney fired his offense coordinator. What was his name? Was it Brandon Streeter or somebody? He fired his offense coordinator.
I wouldn't be hiring anybody from TCU the way they got their ass beat this weekend.
Oh man, listen. I want them to. I told Doc I want us to put a letter together and ask them to go down to Division II.
They couldn't have been a water boy for me.
Man, that was awful. See, that's why I'm telling y'all, when they go to that, when they start that playoff with the 12, 4 of them teams is going to be from the Big Ten, 4 of them teams going to be from the SEC, and then they're going to leave, let's see, that's be 8. So that, I guess, 2 or 3 will be from the group of 5 or from the Big 12. Because they gonna monopolize all that money with them Big Ten and SEC schools.
I don't even know why I don't hear about this guy, Garrett Riley, because
did you put it in?
He went to Stephen F. Austin to play quarterback, but I think he was the backup.
Yeah, didn't he go to Clemson?
He went to Texas.
No, he just take a job at Clemson?
Yeah, he took the job at Clemson. Yeah,
he's a new offensive coordinator.
Yeah,
because Dabo Swinney is saying that they got to come with some new stuff. That's why he let that guy go. I think it was Brandon Streeter or whoever it was, one of them offensive coordinators. He fired him. Because Clemson's program is falling. Their program is falling.
Yeah, I think a lot. Everybody is knowing what is scheming how to.
Seeing these blue blood programs fall from grace is so refreshing to see.
Yeah,
no one wants to see Alabama in the national championship every single year.
I can't say now. The only one I really didn't want to see fall from grace was the University of Miami back in the early 2000s. I did not want to see them fall from grace like that.
Yeah, but the powers to be were after them.
Pretty much.
They were after them. They hated Jimmy Johnson. Then they come in with what's that guy's name? Dennis Erickson. He let them do anything they wanted. All right, then Dennis left and went to the league. And they come in with was it Coker? Who? Well, Butch Davis.
Butch Davis.
Yeah, they see the power structure regarded the UM's program as a renegade, outlaw, and they were out to get them because they really wanted to give at one time. They suggested giving them the death penalty.
Yep.
They were against UM from day one because that UM program was built from the inner city of Miami. That was Liberty City, Overtown.
Carroll City.
Yeah, that's how they built that program. Snellenberger basically ran out all them schools because everybody used to go to Miami, especially to get running backs. Mm-hmm. And he put a fence around Miami and took all that talent. And the first group was Jim Kelly now. And after Jim Kelly, he brought in Bernie Kosar.
Yeah, he was under Lou Saban though, right?
Jim Kelly? He was under Howard Snellenberger.
I thought he was under Lou Saban before Snellenberger got there. I'm trying to get my word right.
We'd have to go back and look at it. I remember because Jim Kelly came down from Pennsylvania because he was originally supposed to go to.
Snellenberger had Bernie Kosar.
Yeah, but that Jim Kelly too.
Oh, he must have had him his last. He must have had his last year in college.
No, his last year in college, he had Bernie Kosar. Jim Kelly was before Bernie Kosar.
No, I'm saying he must have had Jim Kelly in Jim Kelly's last season in college.
Yeah, he might have. Because, see, when Jim Kelly was there, UM was on probation. Because I'll never forget, they had a guy at Notre Dame named was Jerry Fouts. Jim Kelly and them embarrassed that team. They put like 55 points on them. And there was a hatred between the University of Miami and Notre Dame from then on.
But then they went right back up there with Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, Jimmy
Johnson, Jimmy Johnson coached. It seemed like Jimmy Johnson coached with the middle finger up and middle finger pointed to Notre Dame.
Oh yeah. They called it the convicts versus the Catholics.
He did not like them. He didn't.
And they didn't like him either.
Like them. That was the funniest thing. He said, if I wanted to coach somebody, Dan Le Batard said if Jimmy Johnson wanted to coach that game, he would have coached with his middle finger pointed at Lou Holtz.
Yeah, because Lou Holtz was something else, man.
And he said, the quote he said that you don't lead the game to the referees, because if they were supposed to win that game, Cleveland Gary goes which should have been a touchdown.
Yeah.
Should have been a touchdown. And they said he was down at the 1 yard line.
Yeah.
Was it at the 1 yard line or was it?
Yeah, that's right. They cheated them the whole day. Yeah. Cleveland started out here at University of Georgia. He transferred from the University of Georgia and went to the University of Miami. I think he had a brother that was an attorney. I can't remember. Cleveland went against Deion Sanders. That's when UM used to handle FSU.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, you said he did. Schnellenberger, he did have Jim Kelly.
Yeah, Jim Kelly. See, Jim was originally supposed to go play for Joe Paterno. When they brought him in to see Joe Paterno, Joe looked at his neck and said, "You going to linebacker?" And because that's how Joe and them was. The feature position at Penn State back in the day was linebacker.
Yep.
And so he looked at Jim's body and said, "You going to linebacker?" And Jim was like, "No, I'm going to UM. That's what I'm gonna do." But Jim is from Pennsylvania.
Yep. But yeah, I that's the one. That's the only FBS program I really did not want to see fall from grace. That was it. because they, if you think about it, they represent at that time from the 80s all the way to the early 2000s. They represented us.
Yeah, well, what they did, they redefined college football.
They did.
See, Schnellenberger brought in Earl Morrall, and Earl Morrall brought them NFL principles, and they played like an NFL team. One of the things they did, they didn't really care about gigantic guys. They wanted guys who could sprint. They wanted their defensive linemen to be fast, linebackers to be fast, and that's how they changed the game. But they brought in them NFL principles. They played like an NFL team. And offensively, that came from a guy named Earl Morrall. Earl Morrall used to back up Johnny Unitas. He played for Don Shula in Baltimore, and then Don Shula brought him to Miami. He used to back up Bob Greasy. But Schnellenberger brought him to UM. And he made the offense like it was an NFL offense, because Schnellenberger was from the NFL. He had been coach of the Baltimore Colts.
Yeah, that TCU versus Georgia was definitely a money game for TCU.
It was.
Oh yeah, what was it? 18 million? How much was it? Was it 18 million?
Just the fact that they even made it to the national championship. I want to know. Yeah, it was one of those money games where you book somebody. I wonder how much they did make.
Yeah, sir. I thought it was 18 million. What?
That's a hell of a payout to lose and only score one.
Yeah, because see, what they was expecting was Harbaugh and Michigan was supposed to run over TCU with that offensive line.
Yep.
And they let them stick around, and they end up beating them. That's why, them people are so mad with Harbaugh up there in Michigan. That's why he's trying to jump to the NFL. because that was a massive upset.
It says they get $6 million from the college football playoff for each team selected. Oh, it says the conference receives $6 million for each team selected for a semifinal game, and $4 million for each team that plays in a non-playoff bowl game. I don't see where they got the $18 million at.
See,
it's important to know that there is no additional payout. Only it says where the national championship game itself is concerned, it is important to know that there is no additional payout. Only additional expenses such as travel, accommodation, and food are covered.
Yeah, because see, your conference actually is supposed to give you the money to fly you to the game,
right?
Put you up. They supposed to take care of that. But your I was thinking that they would get
the celebration bowl sounds a lot better. Let me share this with you. The celebration bowl, it just gets better day and day. Like every time I read something about how this stuff works, the celebration bowl looks like a gold mine to me. Based off the fact that
listen, read the article by Sam Herder. Sam Herder wrote an article, said that the FCS playoff is a waste of time. If you get a chance, read that article.
Did you post it? I posted it, and it'll talk about the payout structure for. Let me see.
That's it right here.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy. So the conference so each conference gets $6 million for the team that's selected to the semifinal games. So you had 2 teams in there from the Big Ten.
So that means Pac-12 8, because didn't they have at least 8 teams
in a bowl game?
Yeah.
They were that's where the bowl system is set up. You a number of your teams, if you got a winning record of 6-6 or something like that, you're gonna go to a bowl. You can even go to a bowl now if you got a losing record.
Lose record.
Yeah, especially if you Power 5.
That's it. They don't have enough teams in the.
They got a bowl for every day from the December 17th to the New Year's Day. They got a bowl, and then they got some bowls after New Year's Day. Some days you got 2 and 3 bowls.
That's exactly why the FCS needs to change their damn structure. I mean, even though it's not much money, at least the NCAA is paying something.
Okay.
But that's why I say, like, the Celebration Bowl, they need to expand it to include a D2 HBCU championship either the morning of or the day before. And if it's like an away game for the Atlanta Falcons, then that means that Saturday can be the D2 championship, or we could switch it, D1 on Saturday, D2 on Sunday, and make it a big thing where you have both of the championship games that weekend.
Yeah, you want to bring back that Pioneer Bowl. That was when we had it would be the CIAA's team versus the SIAC team. Yeah, that would be really good. Yeah, I like that too.
Man, I'm looking at Georgia's because they play a 3-4 defense. And they got an end that played that was like 6'3", 310, and the other one in the nose is 6'4", 6'4", 320, 6'3", 3. Man, that was some big old dudes right there on on that defensive line right there.
Yeah, but see, the thing about Georgia is he plays 25 to 30 players on defense.
Man,
he has starters, but all throughout the game, his players never get exhausted. He's shuttling players. He learned that from Nick Saban. He's shuttling players in constantly. He played. See, that's what I thought Southern should have did last year with the defense they had. Southern should have played 20 to 25 players on defense, but that guy's not. He doesn't have that mindset. That Henry Miller, see, he's not a championship defense coordinator. Because I keep telling people this was the youthful year for Georgia. If them boys come back, they're gonna be better the next 2 years.
What so let's get to the water crisis in Jackson. It's another water crisis. I think they said that it was stabilized, but what do y'all think about that?
Well, you got to remember, America's infrastructure is obsolete. It needs to be redone, not just in Jackson, but the whole country. Because we got infrastructure problems here in Atlanta. One of the things they said was that if America was to be rebuilt, it had to be rebuilt by foreigners because we don't have enough engineers in this country. That infrastructure problem is nationwide.
Yeah, it's crazy. What do you think, Timon? What?
Is she muted?
I'm sorry. I was trying to pull up the
water.
The water. I pulled it up so that we could take a look at this. Are you able to pull it up?
Yeah, I see it. Oh my God. I seen that one. I was like, I seen that one on your thing, and I was like, that don't make no sense right there.
So it says that this is a gusher on Douglas Drive. It's a main water break, and the city's water system says that it's aware of many breaks across the city. So I posted this on my Twitter, and I actually got some feedback. Like, there's way more water breaks than just that one. Like, it's all over. And of course, we know that southern states, their pipe systems are not regulated to handle very cold temperatures out the gate.
Right.
So if it's already a crumbling infrastructure, it being 60 degrees one day and then 25 degrees overnight, of course, that's going to cause problems. But I think that at this point, it's like at a drastic level. I would be surprised if there wasn't lead in the water, or maybe it's Flint 2.0, because if they just kind of gave us the $600 million to shut up people about the situation, but it's a $2 billion problem, I think that it's probably Flint 2.0 in Jackson, and they just don't want to deal with the backlash from it.
Do you think that the EPA jumps in now and takes over as from the city?
Well, the feds already took over.
They already took
over. A federal takeover for the water system in Jackson, Mississippi. The problem is that not enough is being done. I'm sorry. It's just kind of like you only designate $600 million for something that cost $2 billion.
Right.
And then you spent $1.7 trillion and you sent billions of dollars to Ukraine. You could have added in an extra 1.5 billion to cover it, because once that $600 million is used up, who is in office at that time? And how, like, if the genetic makeup of the House and the Senate changes, will we be able to actually get extra water?
But, yeah, and when people say, well, we got to vote this and do this, and I'm like, in a sense, you really, like we said, it's Mississippi. And if you understand the politics of Mississippi, you will understand that we cannot, they will, you will not be able to succeed to try to move old white politicians out of office. especially in the state, the state house.
Well, that's the nation, Doc, because the entire nation is gerrymandered. Some of them politicians, they gonna be there till they die. Because they got a certain part of their district, they ain't going nowhere. Because the whole nation is gerrymandered.
Yeah, so my thing when it comes down to it, like you gotta be able to we have to be able to get that fixed. And then now, people is asking like, well, now does this mean that Jackson State gets their own water line, the water supply, which we should have been had a long time ago? We got a big old water, you got a big water tower that's sitting on the west side of Jackson, and we should be able to, Jackson State should be able to get their water from, have its own water line to where they can actually filter it and kind of let it go out throughout the school.
You right here, Edwin Moore is absent. You see what Edwin Moore said?
Yeah,
that's correct. And the Republicans killed that because he wanted that rail line. The train would go from Atlanta to Jackson, Mississippi in something like an hour and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Those trains were going to be able to go 400 miles an hour or 500 miles an hour.
Yeah.
The fastest trains right now in China, those trains are doing 600 miles an hour.
I remember they were trying to do the same thing here in Texas, from Dallas to Houston.
Yeah.
Which would be a good thing. I was like, man, because
yeah, that's what Biden wanted, but they cut it out. They killed it.
And the Republicans bragged about it, like they just bragged about how much that they didn't spend on domestic spending and infrastructure, and bragged about how much military spending that they have. It's like,
oh yeah,
detriment of the United States of America and the citizens. You're going to forego fixing infrastructure issues until it hits.
Well,
can I say something?
You got to have your head in the sand if you don't understand America and China getting ready to fight. Okay, if you don't understand that, you got to have your head in the sand.
Yeah, can I say this, Mr. Ford? War brings in money.
For the multinational corporations.
Yeah.
Always remember it's a rich man's war and a poor man's fight.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what Vietnam was.
Wow, Ron. I just looked at it like they put a Band-Aid over and they bust again. Come on now.
Yeah.
Monroe need to get their stuff together, bro. But yeah, I even like, it was kind of interesting when I looked at Doyle's channel, and he was going around asking other students about the water crisis, and
I'm glad you highlighted that we still make sure that they have their bottles of water.
He did towards the end to make sure they had their bottles of water. But I know some of the kids like, well, maybe we can go virtual. Maybe we can you can kind of delay starting classes right now until you get the water fixed. But my whole thing is, when it comes down to it, it won't matter if you know what I'm saying. It wouldn't matter if they delay it, because they still got to fix the water. And it's not just, not for just Jackson, but it's a whole Jackson State, but it's a whole city thing. But the crazy thing is, Jackson has this water crisis, but no other town around Hinds County or Rankin or what's the other county? Madison has no type of issues with their water. Just Jackson. That's it. Just Jackson. But on that note, it is for them to get that fixed, and they need to fix it now, because on the real, some people will get upset at the mayor. And when people get upset, they'll go another route. They'll go another route and having somebody in leadership for their town, for their city. But I won't even get into that. That's a whole nother topic for a whole nother day right there. Let's get into the recruits now. Cause I know you're waiting up for the recruits.
Drum roll, please. So there was a lot of talk about how Jackson State, we lost all of these kids in the portal. We're not going to be able to win next year. And Coach TC Taylor is not going to be able to do a repeat. And so I decided to, I'm going to do my first series on Doc's show. Okay. But moving forward, I'll be doing them on my own show. So if you have not subscribed, please do so. So I'm going to start out with the offensive line room. It's crazy. I mean, our problem last year, if we were going from which things did we struggle with, it was the trench work. Mm-hmm. And so now everybody's like, oh, you guys don't have a quarterback. Oh, you guys don't have an offensive lineman. You lost so many people. So I compiled, if you will please, pull it up for me.
All right. Bam.
Boom. This is just our offensive line. And I am making a prediction that Jackson State will go undefeated again this year and in the SWAC play. I wonder if we're going to beat Texas State. Give me a little bit more time for that Texas State game, but undefeated for sure in the SWAC, and that we will go to the Celebration Bowl, and this time we'll win it.
I agree.
So I need to work a little bit more on that Texas State. I'm going to have to work on that. They just recently got a new coach themselves.
They just got a new quarterback too.
Oh, they did? So their rebuild might be a little different from ours because for the most part, Jackson State was able to maintain some of the core parts of our team. And one of them is our offensive line. So we have in the middle Zach Bro.
He's good.
51. He's the center. He's good. Transferred from ULM.
Yeah.
And he started the whole season. And he is still at Jackson State.
Oh, he's proven.
And then we have Evan Henry.
Yeah.
Now, Henry had a couple of games where he did have some offside calls.
Right.
And some holding.
But he's also a ULM transfer.
Yeah, he's good.
Him and Zach have been together not only at ULM but at Jackson State, which is very important. So they already have that built right there. Then we have Jasper Fries. He's a big kid. He's from Germany, and he's still there.
Yeah.
And we have Debo Hayes.
Yep. Debo's a big kid too.
He stepped in mid-season. I think somebody had an injury.
Yeah.
It was Kirk Ford.
Okay, he stepped in.
Yeah.
And he did a good job.
Yeah.
Coach Prime complimented him on how well he did. We still have Deontay Graham there.
Yep.
Amari Ward, he redshirt. He was a redshirt. But that's a backup. The one who has a Riggins, he has a YouTube channel. He has been moved to be a center. So he's a backup center. Now, this is just from what I've compiled. So I could be missing one or two players. But when I tell you Coach TC Taylor must have told Coach J.O. I don't know I can't pronounce his last name, but must have told him go out there and get on that trench work. When I tell you they've been recruiting their butts off, it's ridiculous. Now, DeQuarius White, he had already committed to Jackson State University before Prime decided not to stay and go, and he wanted to go to Colorado. And DeQuarius let everybody know, I'm staying. And he is a 3-star offensive guard.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have Maximus Gibbs. He is a USC transfer.
Your big kid.
He comes out of St. John's Bosco in California. That is a really good school. That's where Tavion Beasley graduated from.
Right.
That's where DJ Ukulele is. That's where he protected him at the time too. So St. John's Bosco plays in the Trinity League, which is one of the toughest conferences for high school in California.
Yeah, they go against Matter D and what's that other big one-time school out there? All of them play every year.
Yeah, so that's who they play against.
Yeah, we see them on TV every year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And there's 2 of them St. John's Bosco. One is in New Jersey too.
Oh, okay. He's in the one from Cali, I think. Then there's Josiah Roa. He just committed yesterday. 6'4", 310 pounds, and he is a dog. If you ever go check out his film, he's got it. And then we have Cameron James out of the University of Minnesota. He's a transfer. He's 6'8".
Yeah.
6'8".
Mm-hmm. And he's from Chicago.
305 pounds. Woo! Yeah. That's some big boys.
Yeah.
This is what we needed. Like, it's what we needed. We already had our base for our wide receiver room. Blur 2.0. We already had our running backs. We already had Wilkerson, and we got McGee. And we have J.D. Martin.
Yeah.
And a couple of others. Our special teams, we still had Baeza.
Mm-hmm.
And we just acquired the long snapper from Southern, Luke.
And you got the field goal kicker from Southern, right?
Yep.
That's Luke Jackson.
Luke Jackson, yeah.
And then we have a long snapper, which I posted on my YouTube as well. He was good. Like, you would think, oh my gosh, long snapper, he's good at what he does. Mm-hmm. So all of our different positions are pretty much primed to build off of what we've been doing in the last 2 years. And they always say that when it comes to a team, you need 2 to 3 recruiting classes to get that base. This is our 3rd recruiting year, and does anybody see any fall off? I don't see it.
No fall off.
I don't
Actually, I think you better.
So how are we going to lose? I don't know how you would say that Jackson State is going to lose. We have Shamar Allen. He's from Southwest Mississippi Community College. He is 6'4" and 298 pounds. And they offered a couple of other people too. One of them, I don't know if he's going to commit or not, but he has retweeted several of the different players who are saying something to him. So I don't know. He might commit as well. But I didn't put him in here because he didn't commit yet. And so I'm excited. Trench work, bench work, JSU, Jackson State by 40. No, by 40. And so I'm excited about all the pieces coming together. I think that IHOP needs to offer Jackson State O-line an NIL deal.
For every for all the pancakes they can get on the field, they need free pancakes at IHOP.
Yes. Yes. And then I don't actually know if this is the offensive lineman coach, but I know that according to Football Scoop, um, Coach J, I'll just call him Coach J because I don't know how to pronounce his last name. He is doing a lot of the recruiting for the offensive linemen. And he coached in the MEAC. And we always say, like, what's the difference between the MEAC and the SWAC? The trenches.
Yeah. They run the football in the MEAC.
And it's trench work.
Yeah.
And so
they ground and pound.
So I think Coach T.C. Taylor made this choice because he's coached in the MEAC with him and he knows what it takes. You can't just out talent someone with the wide receiver room and the cornerback and the defensive back room and safeties and think that that's going to win the game.
Right.
So that's my little spiel for today.
He was also at Northern Illinois, I think.
Yeah. It says that on the thing that
and they run the ball at Northern Illinois.
Oh yeah, he's a former lineman at Northern Illinois and he worked there.
Yeah.
He was a part of the diversity coaching fellowship with the Los Angeles Chargers.
Okay.
He also coached at Arkansas Pine Bluff, Southeast Missouri State, and North Carolina Central, which is where T.C. Taylor.
Yeah, I saw him at Central. He was, Jerry Mack was their head coach. They played in the Celebration Bowl against Grambling. They lost by 1 point, I think.
And I don't know what his official coaching staff role is, but I do know that according to Football Scoop, they said that he will have a co-offensive coordinator type of deal, but we're just going to have to wait until the official announcement. But when I look at the different recruits that are actually coming out and, saying I received an offer, his name would be in the post, and then you would look and see, well, what type of player is this? And most of them are offensive lineman, tackle, guard.
Yeah, we had the worst offensive line coach in the SWAC. We did. I had to agree with Blue on this. I was trying to take up for Coach Markinson, but I really had to agree with Blue on this. We did have the worst offensive line coach.
JSU may have had the worst O-line. Are you talking about Markinson?
Yeah.
I thought Markinson actually got better the second year. And people
he got better players.
He got better players, but
he got better players.
In his defense, some of these players that they first went, okay, let's look at this. So Coach Prime, when he first came in, he was not focused on the offensive lineman, which I can actually see the same issue in Colorado. He focuses on the skill positions.
Yeah,
so he focuses on wide receivers, cornerbacks, safeties, defensive back. He wasn't focusing on the offensive linemen. And so he utilized the ones that they already had. And then he went and got, I think, at least 4 or 5 of the O linemen that they did go get. They went and got Dylan Spencer. They went and got Tony Gray. And they went and got a couple more players. And I think 3 of the 4 players, they did not pan out.
Yeah, Dylan went back to Missouri.
And then he's transferring. He has I'm in the portal as a grad transfer, Dylan Spencer. So he's leaving even there. So he's not even staying at Mizzou. And then Tony Gray, well, we know how he kind of struggled.
He struggled mightily. His footwork wasn't that great.
He still got an invite to the HBCU Legacy Bowl.
Yeah.
But Tony, he was supposed to be a leader. You know what I'm saying? And so to Markinson's defense, the O linemen that were bought in that were supposed to be Power Five representatives. They're supposed to be leading the charge. They weren't leading. So it was a bust. The next year, he bought in Zach Brew, which we can, and Evan Henry. He um, bought in both of them. So I would say that he was working with what he could. And I would say that the O line wasn't that bad up until the Celebration Bowl.
But I think when it comes down to the O line, I can't you can do it with the transfers and stuff like that. But and I think Blue kind of will. I don't know if he will agree with me, but he'll probably. I don't know if he'll say back it up. But to me, when it comes to offensive linemen, I'm going through that high school route, and I got to develop them because the simple fact that if one person on your offensive line ain't going right, then the whole line is messed up. It's like
Right.
if you was pledging. If you were pledging right now and one of your line brothers or line sisters wasn't right, then the whole line is that they mess up the whole line, as far as what they have to do. So
And
like
I think for the thing with getting high school players is that you said that it takes time to develop them, and we are in, like, college football has evolved to where you're not getting a Mike Minter situation where you have 10 plus years to develop your. You don't have that. You have 2 years, three at best. And like Coach TC Taylor said, I'm not looking to build a program and rebuild and be there in two. I'm ready now. And so I think that's why a lot of the um, transfers that you see, the JUCO prospects, like in JUCO, I'm from what I'm seeing and hearing, JUCO is harder than just regular college.
right.
Like, you really gotta grind. So if you're making it in JUCO and you're at the top of JUCO, then you basically, that's your vetting process. So um I think out of all of the transfers, I think Aquarius White is the only one that's
High school.
high school. Right. Right. He's the only one that's high school. And then Amari Ward was one of them that was bought straight out of high school. And
And
the rest are all, I think they're
Trayvon
all.
gonna have to. Trayvon's the only one that's gonna have to. Trayvon and DeQuare is gonna be the ones that have to be actually developed. If Trayvon is going to center because he played D tackle at the last season, um, they're gonna have to actually really develop him. Um, but that's why I was saying, like, I mean by developing, I mean by just going through and developing like a pass blocking technique. I mean, because you can run block anytime, any day. All you doing is just pushing the person, what I'm saying, straight ahead
Right.
without trying to hold them, what I'm saying. But you just pushing the person straight ahead. But the development and pass blocking, that's the one I mean that takes time. Because
Right.
you need to develop them to be pass blockers since college football is pretty much pass heavy since
Right.
um
And I think that this coach, well, the offensive coordinator, which we don't have the exact title, but we think that's who it is, Maurice Harris. He has a spread type offense. So everybody's gonna get a piece of the pie. It's not just gonna be I'm trying to air out the ball. It's gonna be running. It's gonna be using the tight ends, the wide receivers. Like, everybody is going to eat, and um, I'm excited about it.
and see this is what I was talking about as far as what Blue I was saying, like the kid he said that the kid from Minnesota, like he's raw. So you literally you kind of have to be one-on-one with him to actually get him to develop like pass blocking. Run blocking, like I said, run blocking is easy. All you doing is just road grading folks in front of you.
Well, they got big enough players to do the run blocking. as far as like the development, I have full, like Coach TC Taylor said that he's been building and waiting 10 years for this opportunity, and
Yeah.
he already had in the back of his mind, when I become coach, I'm going to have X, Y, and Z. And it seemed like all of them just like thieves in the night. Like the Fleming, Coach Fleming, he was working at Texas State.
Mm-hmm.
He worked under Maurice Harris, or they worked together, or they were coaching together. And this particular O-line coach, everybody kind of just is meshing well, and they're putting their foot in the ground and doing the recruitment. And so I think that this is a good fit, and I'm excited for it. And then even more exciting is the wide receivers that we are also getting. Like, these wide receivers are, imagine having two or three Malachi Whitemans and Shane Hooks on your team, on top of the ones that you already have.
Yeah. So Edwin came up with something. We were talking about we was saying 2021, where he switched up the offensive coordinators, and that kind of that brought some inconsistency until TC became an offensive coordinator, and then you saw a little bit of it in a one game, and then you see him go with somebody else as an offensive coordinator the next game, because Dion didn't like what he saw in the game. So that's one thing right there. That's some inconsistency when it comes to the OC. But now, you had, so when he first got there, the OC for Jackson State at the time when he named him was Jason Phillips. Jason Phillips came from that run and shoot type offense. He wasn't an air raid type person. He saw the writing on Dion saw the writing on the wall, knowing that the run and shoot one is not gonna. The run and shoot has been dead for how long? It's been dead, about Mr. Ford.
Well, the main thing is it has no power because
Right.
they run it without tight ends, and there's really not a stable running game. And it'll burn your defense out too, because if it's not clicking, your defense is going to stay on the field. And see, a running game will allow your defensive players to rest. This guy right here, I'm going to be honest with you, Harris, personally, I think he's going to be better than Brett Bartolome.
Okay.
I really do, because they're going to run the ball. They're going to run the ball because, like
And
you
plus,
said
they
earlier,
don't have any hidden agendas. Now, listen, we all know, which I'm not complaining because we definitely won 2 SWAC championships, but we all know that these teams were built around Shador, built
Yeah.
to make Shador look good, built to, make it him the central part of the offense. Whereas, let's just be realistic, Wilkerson had to bail us out a lot of times when it came down to it. So now we have a coach, all of these coaches, and they want everybody to win. They want everybody to succeed. We want more than just, we don't want to just do air raid because we want to maximize one player's potential over the other. So I think that's going to bring in some better plays. It's going to be like more special plays that are being done because we're not trying to emphasize one player over the rest.
Oh yeah, Savion already. I talked to Savion yesterday with Bruce. He already told me that he gonna try to go after Destry Wright's rushing record, his season rushing record. So like that 1,600 yards, you gonna go for it? And I think he might be able to. He could be able to do that because of the simple fact that TC want to run a even kill type offense. He wants to be balanced.
Yeah, with heavy what we call explosive air plays. He's gonna hit those wide receivers in space a lot, but they're gonna run the football.
And
I
see
have
that
I have a clip of our one of our quarterbacks. I want to pull it up. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's Brown. He was throwing a ball at Trevante Rucker. Just to look at his little arm strength, just oh wait, does he have more than
Oh,
one?
he say he can throw it 70, 75 yards.
Okay, I have the video. I'm gonna pull it up so that we can look at it and be the judge because we have a lot of naysayers. Well, a lot of people are like, oh, he wasn't the starter at South Carolina. And
Devontae Kincaid wasn't a starter at Ole Miss.
sure wasn't.
And he came in and took over the SWAC for 2 years.
So
When Devontae was at Ole Miss, was that Chad Kelly?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And it might have been that Bo guy with that long hair. Remember the guy, Bo something?
Bo, dang. Bo.
It was Bo and then it was Chad Kelly.
Okay, I know what you're talking about. I forgot his
Bo
last
coaching
name.
somewhere now. I can't think where is he coaching somewhere. Chad Kelly was with the Denver Broncos. I don't know if he's still out there. And Chad is Jim Kelly's nephew, isn't he?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my Jesus. Bro, he is like throwing it with with just easy, just no effort.
Oh yeah, he could throw it. He got an arm out this world.
That quarterback run gonna look real nice though.
SWAC, y'all are in trouble. SWAC,
Yeah.
Southern.
Does he have mobility?
Yeah, he runs to throw though. He's not trying to scramble.
Right.
He's buying more time. This guy's very experienced, man, and he's well trained too.
Yeah, if he is mobile and like you said, run the throw,
Yeah.
to get out of certain situations with the pass rush, then SWAC in trouble. Because I don't think he's like I don't think he's like Jeremy Musa for FAMU.
No, he's more athletic than Musa.
Yeah.
Because I like Musa too now. Don't get me wrong. I like Musa. Because Musa can see the field, man.
Oh yeah, he gave me the Bo Wallace.
Yeah, Bo Wallace. That's right.
Ooh. All right. Ooh, okay, he going to scramble. Okay. Three receivers set.
Last year, wasn't it?
Ooh. Ooh, yeah. Oh, okay. Hey, Mr. Ford.
Yeah.
He said Bo Wallace was Philip Short's offensive coordinator over at Holmes Community College.
Yeah, that's what I thought he was coaching somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah. Where's Chad Kelly? Is he still with Denver or is he out the league?
I think he out the league. He got in trouble.
Okay,
he got in trouble.
Yeah, he always had a little problem now.
Somebody said Jason Phillips is the OC over in Canada with the Hamilton Tiger Cats.
Right. Okay.
See now that's where my cousin plays. That's who my cousin plays for.
Yeah, that's an old CFL team, man. They go way back.
He got traded from Winnipeg to Hamilton during the mid-season.
Yeah. Hamilton Tiger Cats go way back.
Yeah, we was talking about the blocking, like you were saying, run many technique, pull block, cross blocking. What's the other zone blocking, which is another one. Um, but if you just want to do straight power, you just want to do straight power running game. You just kill the person that's in front of you.
Yeah, when you get an offensive line like Jackson's got, one of the things you want them to be able to do is to pull, and you want them to be able to do downfield blocking. I can't stand linemen that can't help with downfield blocking. And that's one of the things that guy's going to bring to him, that new offensive line coach. You remember the Washington Redskins had a group called the Hogs.
The Hogs. Yep.
Joe Jacoby, Bostic, and all them. See, all them dudes could pull, man. Mark May.
Yeah.
They was 6'6" and 6'7" and 330 and all that, but them guys could move. And I used to love to see the Redskins run that kind of trade, baby. Ooh, I used to love that.
Or the Cowboys with the Great Wall of Dallas.
Yeah.
Man,
yeah, when they had Rayfield Wright.
I'm talking about with Jimmy and Jimmy was coaching.
Jimmy had Stephanopoulos and that boy from Central State. What was that?
Big E. Eric Williams.
Eric Williams, yeah.
Nate Newton
what that tight end was now? He was a good blocker too. Jay Cosby.
Jay Novacek.
Joe Novacek. Yeah, that was an offensive line for the ages, man.
Yeah, he had Nate Newton as the pulling guard.
Yeah, Big Nate.
Kevin Gogan was dirty.
Yeah.
And Mark Tournay was a dog.
Mark Tournay, yes, sir. All them dudes that could be Hall of Fame, man.
Mark Tournay was a dog. Like when you talking about offensive line, and when they used to run that, draw play,
yeah,
and all Emmy got to do was just run behind Big Nate and Tournay on the right side, and if it was on the left side, he following Big Eric Williams because Eric Williams was that athletic.
Yeah,
that's the type. Larry Allen was later down the line.
Oh, he was tough too. Is he in the Hall of Fame?
He in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
Larry Allen was
Larry Allen.
He
was Sacramento State. Where was he from?
Sonoma State.
Sonoma State. That's right.
But he
was tough, man.
Yeah, you got Eric Williams was playing, man, and then you add Larry Allen.
Is Eric Williams in the Hall of Fame?
Nuh-uh. He should be. He needs to be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, he should be in the Hall of Fame.
Eric Williams had. I think offensive linemen need to develop this type of mentality. Eric Williams was a boxer.
Yeah, he was something else, man.
And he had that nasty. I'm talking about
straight out of Philly, baby.
Straight out of Philly, like
straight out of Philadelphia.
Without like Timon, when I'm saying like Eric Williams was nasty. Like I tell my stepson, I was like, when he played football, I say he played on offensive line. I was like, son, it don't matter how big, don't matter how small you are or big they are. When you get out there, when you hear that ball snap, you got to get nasty with it. You can't let them move you around. You can't let them punk you. No, you got to get nasty with it. I'm talking about if you got a chicken wing them or you got, you know what I'm saying? If you got I always tell them, send them to the bus. Send him over to the sideline. That's what I used to tell him. Send him to the sideline. Tell him he need a rest.
I saw Eric Williams when he was in college. His program was dominant. They were NAIA. That was under Billy Joe. They were Central State Marauders.
Mm-hmm.
From about 83 until about 94. They really dominated black. A lot of black schools were scared of them because they were able to get athletes who were Division I talent but didn't have grades and didn't want to go to junior college. They would go to Central State. And he had Hugh Douglas, Eric Williams, Vince Buck, Art Buckner, Art Hunter, Herman Mosley, I think was a quarterback. He was out of Washington, D.C. Man, they were stacked with NFL players, but the head man was Billy Joe. Billy Joe left that program about 93 or 94 and went to FAMU. And Central State fell in. Well, Carmagee's won it one time after Billy Joe left. Carmagee's left Central and went to Tuskegee. And that program fell in after Carmagee's left.
Got a question for you, Mr. Ford.
Uh-huh.
Said who was the first O-lineman drafted in the first round from the HBCU?
Whoa. It's got to be somebody from Morgan State or was it Rosie Brown or somebody? Jim, let's see now. It was a guy from Macon, but he was from Ohio State. Wasn't the guy from Alcorn, was Jack Spinks or none of them, was it?
Nah, I don't. Let me see.
Who was it?
Google's gonna be my best friend.
I'm thinking it's probably somebody from Morgan State or somewhere. He said D-line or offensive line?
Offensive line.
I'm thinking probably somebody from the 50s. Let's see now. Oh, man, let's see. Ooh. It wasn't Jim Parker, none of them, was it? Jim Parker was from Macon. I think he played for the Baltimore Colts. He went up north and played college football. Does anybody have the answer in the chat?
How about?
Let me look and see what they're saying in the chat.
Hugh Douglas was a two-time All-American at Central State, Ohio.
Oh, he was the truth. I saw him at Central State.
Oh, yeah. Hugh Douglas was
the truth, man.
1995 NFL draft.
Man, he left Central State and took off. Didn't he go to the Eagles? Who did he go to? The Eagles or the Jets?
The Eagles. He went to the Jets and then went to the Eagles.
They put him in the Eagle Hall of Fame.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
He was devastating, man. I remember him. He was like a big stand-up defensive end. I saw him at Central.
Detroit Lions selected out of South Carolina State in the first round.
Said Doug Wilkinson from North Carolina Central, first round.
That's right. I remember Doug. Yep, I remember Doug. That's right. Now, he was at Central in the 60s or 50s? The 60s?
Let me see.
I think that was Coach Herman Reddick was their coach. Yeah, I remember Doug Wilkins. I saw him for years in the league.
Oh, yeah, we can have a little historical on first round picks.
But when it came down, he said the 60s. When it came it, man, when it came to the Cowboys O-line, like Nate Newton was 6'3", probably about 360. I don't care what anybody say. He had to be about at least 360, 370.
Man, I remember when Nate Newton was at Florida A&M. He was a defensive tackle, I think. He didn't even play offense.
Oh, excuse me.
He had a brother named Tim Newton. I think Tim went to University of Florida. Them boys was from Gainesville. They was from I don't know if they were East Side High, but I think they were out of Gainesville. Somebody tell him, where was Nate Newton from? Wasn't he from Gainesville?
He's an undrafted. Nate Newton was an undrafted star out of Florida A&M. And he started his career with the Washington Redskins in 1983. He went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Tampa Bay Bandits of the USFL.
Yeah, that was Steve Spurrier, I think, at that team.
And then he went to the Dallas Cowboys in the 1980s.
He from Orlando.
What's his hometown? Is he from Gainesville?
Orlando.
He from Orlando.
I think is this the one that said that he'd never seen a white person? I think
he was classmate with Pam Oliver at FAMU.
Yeah, I remember Pam ran track for FAM. I remember.
He said he had never seen a white person before when he was growing up.
Yeah, Pam was from she was from the Panhandle. She was Niceville. Wasn't she from Niceville, Florida? Because she ran for a legend. That dude was named Lang, Coach Lang. Lang had been on Jake Gaither's staff for years. He was the He was a football coach and he was a track and field coach. He had all kind of outstanding track and field. That's what they mad about down there at FAM right now, is that FAM won't do anything with their track and field program. See, back in the 60s, if you ran track for FAMU, you were going to the Olympics. Yeah, that's how outstanding they track. See, the girls' track program in the Olympics was controlled by Tennessee State, Coach Ed Temple. That was May Fag in the 50s. Then it was Wilma Rudolph. Then you had Wyoming Yatias, Sandra Cheeseborough. They went for years. For about 20 years, the Tiger Bells controlled the American Olympic team. And then don't even bring up Bob Hayes.
Yeah, I'm about to say Bob Hayes.
Bob Hayes. Listen, he was. They named him the world's fastest human while he was a student at Florida A&M. He was a football player. Tennessee State created what we call cover two, trying to stop him, but they called it a double zone. Them people in the media gave the credit to Monty Kippen, which is a lie. The double zone or the cover two was created at Tennessee State trying to stop Bob Hayes. Because nobody could match up with him one-on-one.
This Bob Hayes from Florida A&M.
That's him.
Bob Hayes.
He was from Jacksonville, Florida.
A two-time Olympic gold medalist and the world's fastest human.
That's right. They call him the world's fastest human. The Dallas Cowboys drafted him. He played with Dan Reeves.
That was one of my granny's favorite players right there.
Yeah. Well,
he
number 22.
The Hall of Fame until after he passed away. That's sad.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Because he had some legal issues too. See, he came up. He played with Dan Meredith. I think it was Dan Meredith. He played with Craig Morton. But the one that could really make him play was Roger Staubach. Because Staubach would not throw directly to him. He would put it up where he had to run the ball down. That's when he was at his best. He had them little feet and them big old calf muscles. I remember him. He had real small. He wore like an 8 or a 9. He had small feet, but he had big calf muscles.
Yeah, that's Larry Little right there.
Oh, I saw Larry. Larry was Bethune-Cookman.
Mel Blount.
Mel Blount was Southern University. He's from Vidalia, Georgia.
L.C. Greenwood.
He was from Arkansas Pine Bluff. That time it was called Arkansas A&N. I think it was A&N or A&I.
John Stallworth.
I saw him in person. A&M. He was Alabama A&M. His coach was named Coach Lewis Cruz. He had a running back with him named Ronnie Coleman. They would run a lot of halfback passes with him. He came to Albany, Georgia and played against Albany State. They put 3 on him and couldn't stop him. When he came, see him and Lynn Swann came to the Steelers together. Before they got there, it was Ron Shanklin and a boy named Frank Lewis. Frank Lewis is one of the greatest wide receivers to ever play for Grambling State University. He was from Homer, Louisiana. They don't talk about him, but if you ever get a chance, look up Frank Lewis. He was something else. He played about 15 or 16 years in the league. Nobody mentions him anymore.
Arshell, the first black coach.
Arshell was from South Carolina. He went up and played at, y'all call it Maryland Eastern Shore. They used to call it Maryland State.
Okay.
And his coach was either Skip McCain or
Jim Marshall.
Now, Jim Marshall, I don't think was Black College. No, I don't think Jim Marshall was Black College player.
Nah, he played against Jim Marshall in the Super Bowl that year.
Yeah. Jim was on that line. They call them the Purple People Eaters. It was Jim Marshall, Alan Page, Gary Sutherland, and Carl Eller. They all played for Bud Grant.
Yeah, Jackie Slater.
Jackie Slater played with Walter Payton. They played for Coach Bob Hill at Jackson State. He played 20 years in the NFL. He's in the Hall of Fame.
Too. Yeah, he's in the Hall of Fame with one team.
Yeah, he's LA Rams. I think it was LA Rams or St. Louis Rams, something like that.
Richard Dent,
Dent was from Atlanta, Georgia, went to Murphy High School. He went up to Tennessee State, and that coach's name was Coach Joe Gillum, turned him into a monster.
And then he got with Buddy Ryan, and Buddy
Yeah,
Ryan
that's right. Buddy had
turned to
him.
loose.
He had that big boy from Clemson, Refrigerator Perry. Had another boy named Steve McMichael, and he had another Dan Hampton.
Yep.
The linebackers were Wilbur Marshall. That other middle linebacker was Singletary, and the other one's named Otis Wilson.
Because Wilson played the weak side, Wilbur played the strong side.
Yeah. Wilbur Marshall was from Titusville, Florida. He used to go against Herschel Walker. He played for I'm trying to think, did he play for Charlie Pale? He played for Charlie Pale down in Florida. Galen Hall, one of them guys. He either played for Charlie Pale or Galen Hall.
You already know who this is. That's sweetness right there, man.
Yeah, that's sweetness, man. That's sweetness.
Like, you can't, Jerry Rice, when he was at Valley, just looking at videos and looking at old games when he was at Valley, he was the truth.
He made everything look easy. There was another boy on the other side of him named Joe Thomas. Joe was from Monroe, Louisiana. Joe went to Denver, but he didn't make it.
And Deacon Jones.
Deacon went to South Carolina State and to Mississippi Valley.
He don't get the type of credit that he's supposed to get.
But see, they didn't keep up with sacks when he played. He was part of one of the greatest defensive lines. It was Deacon Jones, Rosie Greer, Merlin Olsen, and Lamar Lundy, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Merlin McKeever was one of the linebackers. See, that defense was put together by George Allen. They had a quarterback named Roman Gabriel.
Yep. But, like, we know he didn't, the sack didn't get coined. He coined the word sack, but it wasn't official.
Yeah, they didn't keep up with it till late after his career was over.
The 80s.
Yeah.
But
see what they did, he was so good. What he would do, him and Claude Humphrey and them, they would do a head slap on that offensive tackle. And that was their move because they were kind of smaller than those offensive tackles. But when they would head slap them, baby, they would beat them in the dirt. They outlawed that head slapping.
Yep. Especially when you got a whole helmet on and they slapping you upside the head. You probably had about 4 or 5 concussions.
Oh yeah.
Just because you
had extremely long fingers. If you ever see a picture of Deacon Jones, they say they had real long fingers.
Mm.
And from what they say, could consume a lot of alcohol too.
Yeah. Nick Collins was a good corner.
Oh yeah, he was Bethune-Cookman.
Mm-hmm. He was a good safety that came out. I wish his career was a little bit longer. I wish it was longer than what it was. But he was a good safety that came out of Bethune.
They had another boy played with him. He was a corner. He went to Jacksonville.
Are you talking about Rasheem Mathis?
Yeah. He was the truth too.
Yep. See, people don't talk about Rasheem Mathis. They don't talk about Drayton Florence from Tuskegee. There's a lot of people they don't talk about, especially go to number 4.
You said go to number 4?
Yeah, go to number 4. Robert Porcher. They don't talk enough about him.
Yeah, but Porcher played for Willie Jeffries. I remember when Detroit drafted him. Mel Kiper said it was the worst pick in Detroit history.
And then he turned out
He turned it out. He had a son, I think, went to Virginia Tech and then transferred to A&T. Porcher was the truth. I saw Porcher he went against Southern University, about 90 and 91.
And he's not even in the Hall of Fame yet.
No, he's in the Hall of Fame of the Detroit Lions.
Man, he needs to be in the Hall of Fame.
He should be in the Hall of Fame. Porcher should be in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, I saw him. His defense coordinator at South Carolina State was a guy named Ben Blacknell. I think Ben is deceased now. but the head coach was Willie Jeffries.
Let's see. Got another one. What high school had the largest offensive line in football? Clue: the offensive coordinator for Tampa played there also. The offensive coordinator for Tampa played there also.
You said what are you talking about? H.D. Woodson? You talking about Byron Leftwich? Who's he talking about?
That's it. Yeah, he is the offensive coordinator. Yeah.
Yeah, Byron is from Washington, D.C. They went to H.D. Woodson.
Okay.
One of them boys came down to Grambling, played for Coach Robinson. He was about 400 pounds. He was about 6'6", 6'7". He came down to play for Coach Robinson.
Oh yeah, Alvin Wyatt did have some good. He had some great Bethune-Cookman teams.
Oh yeah, you're talking about Shine. Yeah. Yeah, but the one that was dominant was that Jenkins man. That Jenkins guy.
Jenkins.
Oh man, he was dominant. I don't know why he left. He was dominant, man.
I thought Alvin Wyatt's team was more dominant than Brian Jenkins.
No Lord, that Brian Jenkins man. Ooh, man, he had Yogi Jones, defense coordinator. That boy, not that boy. The guy who is the head coach at Virginia Tech now. His daddy was the offensive coordinator at Bethune-Cookman. Brent Pye. His daddy was the offensive coordinator for Brian Jenkins. Brian Jenkins had a program, man. That dude, he came in and won like 3 or 4 MEAC championships. He was something else, man. He was something else. He came from Rutgers or Northeast, somewhere he came from. He was something else. He didn't do very well in them playoffs because he wasn't, in the playoffs you got to score, and that was always his problem. He didn't score right off.
So he had problems at Bethune. Yeah, I think everybody been saying that he had big problems at Bethune.
Yeah, but he was winning. That Jenkins guy was winning, man. He was dominant, man.
So do you think that Coach Reed, Ed Reed, will be able to bring Bethune-Cookman back to a place of dominance? And if so, how long do you think it will take?
It ain't going to take long if he get the right staff.
Yep.
If he get the right staff, it won't be long. Because there's too many people want to play for. Now, Bloop reported that 24 hours after it was reported he would take the job, 200 kids contacted him. So if you got 200 kids contacting you the first day, yeah, you got some people ready to play for you. It's just they got so many administrative problems at Bethune-Cookman right now.
That's the problem.
Man, they got so many problems. They had 2 or 3 presidents. They trying to decertify the National Alumni Association. It's just they had some problems. Or the board or something they trying to decertify.
But I think the board of trustees wanted Ed Reed, so they would not even made that call if they didn't want to get that man to come up to the school. So
I think everybody's trying to keep up with the Joneses. The Joneses being Jackson State, because the Coach Prime set that bar so high that other schools had to up the ante.
Right.
And we're not hearing that much about Arkansas Pine Bluff. We're not hearing that much about
Alonzo Hampton. Man, I feel like who he fills out his staff too.
He did?
I know. I was just saying I want to see who he fills out for his staff also. Like it's coaches, it's plenty of coaches that we want to see fill their staff out. Like Vincent Brown with A&T. I feel like he's going to get a good staff because he's going to try to get a staff that can actually navigate itself through the Colonial. Also, you got, like I said, Ed Reed, because it ain't what kids or what type of kids can he get to go to down to Daytona, but it's about that staff that he gets. Also, another name I'm looking at.
Who is Doc Gamble?
Doc Gamble?
Yeah,
Doc Gamble was head coach
at Pine Bluff.
Pine Bluff and got fired. So now, so the story about this, Timona, is Gamble during the COVID year, the COVID season, he won the SWAC West, but they only played like 4 games because other teams was coming down with COVID symptoms and stuff like that. Also, he also got a free pass from Alcorn because remember they forfeit their season. So they played Alabama A&M, which was in Jackson. Alabama A&M torched them, but you think that he was going to come back with the same team, which was better. He came back with most of the players from that West Division championship team, but the first 2 games that they played, they won, right? Cupcakes on their schedule. They lost 9 straight. They ended the season 2-9. So now you see he had an inconsistent quarterback in Skylar Perry. He lost his best playmaker in Tyron Ralph, who was a receiver / punt returner, kick returner.
Yeah, he could play.
So he lost a lot of people. This is when the transfer portal started getting real serious at the time. Then he comes in last season, first 2 games. It's same things. First 2 games, cupcakes. I wouldn't call Lane College a cupcake, but he played one team that was a cupcake, beat him. He won against Lane College last season by a touchdown in overtime. Then he loses 8 straight. No, he loses 5 straight. He got fired that Friday, Jack State's homecoming. That's it. He hasn't found another job yet.
Like,
he should be able to get one though.
He'll get one.
Yeah, he should be able to get one.
But overall, the last 2 seasons, he was 4-14. He could not get. Could not get over that.
Matt Rule was terrible. Probably one of the most worst coaches that I've ever seen in my whole entire life. And he wasn't even that good overall. Like his overall coaching resume, they'll pick out 1 or 2 years where he was good in college football, but his overall coaching resume, absolutely abysmal.
With Matt Rule,
but he did good at Temple. He did good at Baylor.
But I'm gonna say like
coaching, and it's terrible. It's
I'm gonna say like this though with the Baylor job. The only reason why he did somewhat good with Baylor because he still had Art's kids. He still had Art Browse.
Art Browse, yeah.
He still had some of Art Browse's kids. So they made it look easy. Then you got to put a team together yourself, and he didn't.
His 7 years career record, he's 47 wins, 43 losses, so that's 0.522 win percentage.
Where is this at? Baylor?
Bowl record, he went to 4 games and he won 1 and he lost 3. That's even worse. And then that's not even including NFL level. That is even worse.
Well, now keep in mind now, number 1, he's a Caucasian, so he got it made. Number 2, I think he gets the blessings of Bill Belichick. Wasn't he trained by Belichick?
I don't even know if he was trained by Belichick.
Look up his history. I think he's spent some time with If he didn't spend time with Belichick, he spent time with somebody in the Giants organization. He's somebody. He's like a guy who has some people speaking for him. Look at his history. Did he work for the Giants or the New England Patriots?
Well, he was taught under. I know for one, he was taught under Joe Paterno. Because he played at
Okay,
He played at Penn
okay.
State.
And he wasn't even that good at Temple. In
Well, when it
2013, he
comes
was
to
2-10. In
but,
2014, he was 6-6.
but
And
when it
then
comes to Temple, I'm gonna tell you like Temple ain't really good in football like that. They're a basketball school.
I can't believe that in 2017 at Baylor he was 1-11 and they still let him have a job for 2 more years. That is absolutely unfathomable to me.
But that's because he was because that was the year that they let Art Browse go.
Yeah, they were trying to recover from a scandal, a national scandal.
Okay, you're talking about where they did all that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where Art got exonerated because it wasn't his fault. He
got exonerated, but them black folks ran him out because of the white outrage.
Oh no, it wasn't the black folks. When it come down to Waco, it ain't the black folks.
I'm
it's
talking
the white
about
folks.
when he was getting ready to get hired at Grambling.
How
are you gonna let white folks dictate? Y'all was fake outraged. I wouldn't send my grandma or my daughter or my niece to Grambling. Man,
well, I'm gonna tell you like this. Timona. Baylor has had worse scandals that was done that came through that school.
And don't forget Waco too now.
Yeah, Waco ain't
done had some serious scandals.
I'm gonna tell you just like this. Baylor came up in the old Southwest Conference, and Mr. Ford and anybody else that's in the chat that's old enough to know about the old Southwest Conference, they know about the pay that they
was
were
Grant
the originator.
Wasn't it Grant Taft?
Grant Taft.
Grant Taft.
The old Southwest Conference was the originators of pay for play.
Yeah.
So the way that they did it was because it's numbered Texas schools.
Yeah,
and then you add Arkansas to it. Like you're competing with each other to get these kids to come to the school. Yeah. Baylor, I'm gonna say it like this. Baylor, when it came to Baylor basketball, I'm just go there now. 2003, Dave Bliss was the head coach of the Baylor Bears basketball team. Yeah, he had a player. He had 2 players. One of his players got killed by his teammate. Teammate tried to cover it up. He tried to cover it up. Dave Bliss, he was dirty as man. He was the dirtiest dog I ever seen. He tried to cover up, said that the teammate that got killed was selling dope out of his dorm room, out of his apartment. That's how he got his apartment and stuff.
Serious?
Yes, I'm serious. I'm dead serious. Go look at that. Baylor was almost on the brink of extinction, and the NCAA just said we give you some sort of mercy. But what they did was that man ain't coached a college game since. What you know what I'm talking about, Mr. Ford? Dave Bliss.
Yeah, I remember that. Dave was at SMU, wasn't
SMU. Yeah. He couldn't coach another basketball game because of that. Like seriously. He literally got blackballed by the NCAA because of the simple fact that it was so egregious and so heinous. Like, bro,
it was awful. I remember
they
that.
was about to shut down the whole program, and then that's how Scott Drew got the job.
Yeah.
Scott Drew got the job, and he's been there ever since.
That's Brittany Griner's school, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. With Kim Mulkey.
Because Kim Mulkey wouldn't say nothing for her when she was locked up.
So Baylor ended up, they couldn't play no type of non-conference games. They couldn't practice. They couldn't do a whole bunch of stuff. They was literally like almost on death penalty. The only thing they could do was play conference games. Yeah. And that was it in basketball. The Art Brown situation was, and it was, I'm gonna tell you like this. It was so bad at Baylor that at that time it went all the way up to the school president.
Kenneth Starr, wasn't it?
Kenneth Starr. got
The
out.
one that said
He
he was
got
going to
out.
bring down Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton, he got out.
Whitewater.
Robert Sloan got out. Ian McCall got out.
One of the ADs is at Liberty.
Yeah, that's McCall. McCall is at Liberty. Got out. Like they literally was about to. Their football team, they literally about to put them on the death penalty too.
I found some film for Alabama A&M's quarterback that just committed.
They asked us why did JSU lose to North Carolina Central?
Who asked that dumbass question?
Mr. Earl. Mr. Earl is cool.
Stop playing with me. You know darn well why we lost.
Mr. Earl.
Coach Prime. Coach Prime time.
Coaching, Coach Prime.
Yeah. He created all that confusion and chaos.
We
As
lost
soon as that Southern game was over, he started his mess.
He started a mess.
Lost some starters. We depth and starters went into the portal. He didn't let Gaddy play.
Man.
And he was putting on a clinic for players that he thought he was going to bring to Colorado. So if he didn't think he was bringing you to Colorado, 9 times out of 10, you was not getting on that field.
You would not get on that field.
And if you did get on the field, it was for 1 or 2 snaps.
Oh,
I have never seen Kevin Coleman take so many snaps in my life. Like,
I like
he
that.
literally took every return back. It was all him. So he was just putting on a clinic and showing people. It was a catch-22 because we needed Shador to play. But Coach Prime said, if I don't coach, my son doesn't play.
Man, but yeah, I remember all that stuff right there for Baylor. Oh my goodness. It's some stuff that happened at Prairie View. That's how they get with Prairie View. Prairie View, not like that. Prairie View problem was the coach at the time was withholding some of the players' scholarships.
That was Haney Catchings, wasn't it?
Yep.
Haney was from Alcorn. He was a graduate of Alcorn, played quarterback for him.
He was withholding scholarships from Prairie View.
Yeah.
Prairie View administration found out about it and fired him.
Yeah,
they scrapped the whole football team. Well, they didn't scrap the whole football team, but
no scholarships, wasn't it?
No scholarships.
Yeah, for a number of years.
Away.
They didn't win any games, but they had the highest GPA, I think, in the country for NCAA football team. They had all them engineering majors on the team.
They damn near played club football.
Yeah. Yeah, they did.
They was almost an intramural club team.
The guy who brought them back is at Virginia State, Dr. Henry Frazier. That's who brought that Prairie View program back. He left and went to Central, and then Ashley brought in Willie Simmons. Willie Simmons had Kadarius Hodge. He's with the Falcons now.
So the quarterback that they bought in, Brian Plummer.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any. It says he's a dual threat quarterback.
That's a kid from Buffalo, University of Buffalo.
Yeah.
He got a lot of arm talent. I've watched him today.
He's a 3-star. Okay, so here's his film right here, but all I see is I put his film on there so that we could look at it.
Now he's going to A&M, right?
Yep.
Oh, he's gonna be the answer to their prayers. I'm telling you, because see that system that Cornell Maynard runs, it's got to have a smart quarterback, but he's got to be able to make so many different types of throws.
Yeah, he's trying to stay in the pocket. I'm looking at it right now.
To see, what's the name? That's a controlled tempo passing offense he runs. He hadn't had a quarterback since Akil Glass.
It looked like he run the throw.
Yeah, he could throw it. I watched him today. I watched his film today. He could throw the ball.
He threw
He's
that
out of DMV somewhere, and he out there at Maryland DC area.
He can throw the ball. He throw the ball on the road.
Yeah, he can throw the ball. Now he big kid, ain't he like 6'3", 6'4"? How big is he?
Oh, let me see. He's 6'4", 225 pounds.
Yeah, that's him. He can throw that football now. He can throw it. I watched films on him from the University of Buffalo. He could throw that football.
Man.
Yeah, I think he got 3 or 4 years eligibility left.
It says Buffalo was 6-6 overall, 5-3 in the conference.
Oh yeah.
You said he can throw the ball. He only has practice film, though. They didn't actually put him.
Listen,
they didn't actually put him in the game.
If he Division I at Buffalo, he can definitely play in the SWAC. I'm telling you. He can play in the SWAC. I'm telling you that.
It's like he got something.
Okay, and then I'm gonna try to find some film on what's the Southern's
QB.
That's a kid from UAB.
UAB. Yeah, I just seen that.
Yeah, he's from UAB. He's from Baton Rouge. He could throw it too now. He could throw that football. I watched his films today. He could throw it too.
I didn't see him on there. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, he has a funny name.
Do you think that Dooley is getting tired of everybody trying to come after his head? Hey, Edwin, I'm gonna ask Edwin, you think Dooley's tired of everybody coming after his head because he didn't play Bubba McDaniel?
And that team underachieving like it did.
They made that decision to hire him in the first place. It's like
he was beloved. They love him. Even though he's from Grambling, he played at Grambling. He's seen as one of their people at Southern because he was there so long with Pete Richardson. They that's why they brought him in. See, I told y'all, a celebrity coach ain't gonna work in Southern because Southern is different. See, Southern's people gotta like you.
Yeah.
If they don't like you, that's why they ain't getting no celebrity coach, because they See, you ain't finna come in and tell them what you gonna do like Dion was doing. You ain't gonna do that down there in Baton Rouge.
They need to do whatever they need to do to actually win. That's the
well, he played the wrong quarterback.
And that's even worse. How do you not know that Bubba McDaniel, who was the only one? I mean, y'all dropped laying eggs like it was Easter egg. Like
he was terrible.
Y'all was laying so many eggs. I thought y'all was running a chicken farm. Like, why do you have so many games where you can't even score a touchdown?
Because they had Bishop, what's his name? Bashawn McCoy, wasn't that his name?
Bashawn McCray.
McCray, that's right. But he was terrible. He held up that whole program.
Did he go into the portal too?
Yeah, he's got. That's a good thing.
He must be finna go D2.
Probably, yeah. He'll probably go D2. Just like that boy from Bethune-Cookman, that quarterback that transfers every year. He's probably going
Jalen
D2.
Jones.
Yeah, Jalen's probably going D2. But I done told y'all now, y'all just watch it. There's 3 coaches in D2. They gonna produce teams that gonna be able to beat teams in the SWAC. The first one is this guy named Chennis Berry. He's at Benedict College. You better watch him. The other one is this guy named Quinn Gray.
Do not schedule Benedict College.
I'm telling you.
Tennessee State, do not schedule.
Wait a minute. Tennessee State's going to schedule Benedict.
I'm telling them
they did Lane College. Lane College came on their campus and beat them.
But Lane is always a tough. You're
right. They have some. That's Jacoby Jones School.
We not playing none of North Carolina A&T. How about you go schedule Benedict College as your homecoming so y'all can lose up there?
Listen, I'm telling you now, there's a guy at Albany State, played for Florida A&M some years ago, Quinn Gray. You better watch him. There's a guy down at Fort Valley. Last name is Gibbs. You better watch him.
John Gibbs.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, them guys are going to build big-time programs using that portal. Because let me tell you something.
They should. That's
you watch it. Just watch it. You watch it. See, Albany State has about 7,000 students now. Yeah, you look it up. Albany State has about 6,000 to 7,000 students.
Man. I ain't know Albany State was that deep though.
Yeah. See, they combined
It
Darton
said that it's
College,
down
which
to
was a junior college, I think, with Albany State.
it
Okay.
said it was 5,700 the fall of 2021, and then
Okay.
around 5,856 students in 2022. So it looks like it's been growing, and we can see the trend for
Oh, you
students.
just watch this guy, Quinn Gray.
They might be above 6,000.
Hey, you watch this guy, Quinn Gray. If they give him the support, because see what Quinn is going to do, Quinn is going to come in here and get these kids out of Georgia, but Quinn is going to go into Florida. He's going to go into Tallahassee. He's going to go into Jacksonville. He's going to go into Fort Lauderdale. Watch what he produces at Albany State. I'm telling you now. Just watch it.
Oh Lord, I'm laughing. He said when they played Texas College, talking about be some grown men on those teams. Oh Lord, Texas College, man, I wish.
They was making fun of Georgia's quarterback, and they was like, he's over here, he's playing, and then he's the same age as some of these quarterbacks that's playing.
Yeah, he's like 25, isn't he?
Yep. I'm about to say the same with Lindsey Scott.
A grown ass man.
Yeah, now you know he admitted. He said his granddaddy was a preacher, a Klansman. He was a preacher, Klansman, and he sold liquor.
Wow.
Because the word up in Atlanta is that he got a little drinking problem himself. Stetson Bennett.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Quinn Gray was a great quarterback at FAMU.
Oh man, he played for Billy Joe, bro. That's the closest we've come to a national championship. They went one year to the 1AA championship. They got to the semifinals and lost to Youngstown State, I think it was. Jim Trussell was the coach. Yeah, that was in 1999.
Yeah, that was Jim Trussell last year at Youngstown. It was before he went over to Ohio State when they got Ohio State fired John Cooper.
Yeah.
I got a question. Have you Tamana, have you read or seen anything about what's the guy name? Tulu from Mississippi State, the wide receiver?
You mean since the death threats?
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what the heck was going on as far as like what did he do to amount the death threats? And I know it's Mississippi, so but
he entered the transfer portal, or
and that amounted for them to get death threats. But the thing is, you just lost your head coach, and I ain't talking about like to get fired, like you lost him mortally. And Mike Leach. And so you enter the a lot of kids want to enter the transfer portal because they felt like he was a good coach at the time, and they don't know what there is uncertainty about who's going to be the next head coach at Mississippi State.
I thought they gave it to the defensive coordinator.
Okay, but at the time, that's what I'm saying. But if he wants to enter into the transfer portal, he can enter into the transfer portal. Ain't no need for anybody to send out death threats.
I think he took it back, though.
You say he took it back?
Yeah. He's originally from Philadelphia, Mississippi, I think.
Yeah.
He's Mississippi. So it looks like he let it be known that he wanted to enter into the transfer portal, and they were sending out death threats. And then I think his dad came and saw him, and then he took it back. So
he said it was talking about we gonna get rid of that Hazelhurst red in our uniforms. Nope. Long as we gonna honor W.C. Gordon, that red gonna be in
Here, let's see. Let's see if we can find some red and some old school stuff. Let me see.
Oh, we
What.
can. We
Let
can.
me pull it right
You
on
you
up
have
over
to
here.
you have
I'm
to
gonna look up.
go.
I could look up Coach TC Taylor film with the block, the
Oh yeah.
red block on his helmet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's old school.
Yeah. TC and Robert Kent and them came here and played South Carolina State. I don't know if that was his senior year, junior year, but they came here. That was Coach Buddy Pugh's first year. I was at the game. They came here and played in the Georgia Dome. They had a guy named Robert Superman Kent.
Oh yeah, Superman was
Yeah,
Superman
they
was
were on that team.
everything.
Yeah, he was at what's the name was at wide receiver. TC was at wide receiver. Kent was at quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was at that game.
They
Yeah,
had a block helmet that was red.
because because when Mark Washington was a quarterback, he was supposed to be the heir apparent to Mark Washington.
Mark was he Texas? Where was he from?
San Antonio.
That's right. I remember Mark.
Yeah,
because you know Jackson went to DC and played Howard one year.
Yeah, we ended up getting we ended up getting one of my good friends, Jason Isminger, from he actually transferred from Colorado, but he's from DC. Yeah, he was in fact he played offensive tackle at the time, so he was on the right tackle. Like he was legit. He was legit. I'll give him that. he was legit. But when you look at Timon, when you look at TC's film, like you look at it to where how the offense was. It was pretty much standalone, straight up, run the ball down your throat. Pass whenever you could pass.
Right.
Because Coach Big Daddy was the type, to actually he was the type to actually just wanted to be even killed when it comes to the offense.
Yeah, I remember when he brought in that Coach Shannon. Remember Coach Shannon?
Yep.
Shannon was training Robert Kent, was getting him ready for the league. Shannon left and went to Troy State. That killed Kent, man. That hurt him because he never did get an offense coordinator like Shannon again.
Let me see if I can find this.
Because Shannon was instilling those fundamentals. That's a lot of people don't understand. That's what's hurting that Lawrence boy. Sometimes he just gets bad on his fundamentals.
Okay, I found something with some red in it.
You found something with some red in it?
It's got red in his head. I mean, it's Coach.
That's Coach Gordon.
And I don't know who he's talking to.
That's Coach Gordon right there. Shoot, that's legendary status right there.
Yeah.
Him him and Coach Bob Hill and that's legendary status. You really want to go legendary status? Shoot, you had to go to John Merritt.
Yeah, man.
Because John Merritt was the only one that coached Jackson State and Tennessee State.
Yeah, Gordon was a graduate of Tennessee State.
Yep. Yeah, he came down to Jackson.
I know when he would lose a game, them people would be on his case because he was not a Jackson State graduate. They would be on his case, man. Now they love, to be honest with you, they love WC more in depth than they do because when he was coaching, if he lost a game, they would be raising hell. And he was a great coach. I remember them people in Jackson would be raising hell if he lost a game.
Why?
That's how they was back then. They felt like nobody should beat them.
It was about their loyalty at the time.
Yeah, it was thick in Jackson 70s. And see, I got into them when it was WC was an assistant coach. It was Bob Hill. See, we used to read about him in it was called Jet Magazine. Jet Magazine would always cover the SWAC and the MEAC, the CIAA, SIAC, and we would see pictures of him, and that's how he looked. He would always have on a Jackson State sweater or something, and he had kind of like an afro. and he was a kind of a tall man. I remember, yeah. But I remember Bob Hill too. Bob Hill was Walter Payton's them coach.
Mm-hmm.
He came in. I don't know if Bob left or they fired him, but when he left, W.C. Gordon took over about, somebody looked that up. I think he took over about 75, 76, because I was in high school when he took over. Because he was something else, man. W.C. Gordon was something else, boy. Now, he let his coaches coach. He was a leader of men, baby. I remember. But don't let nobody fool you. if he lost a game, they was raising hell in Jackson.
Yeah.
So it looks like his college career, he was at Tennessee State University.
Tennessee State.
49 to 52. He was all Midwestern Conference. He played baseball and
football. Because he coached baseball at Jackson State.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then his coaching career, he coached at a couple high schools, and he was at Jackson State from 71 to 72, and then he left. He's a head baseball coach, SWAC baseball title. Dang, man, he won a baseball title too.
Oh yeah, he was bad. He was bad.
Yeah.
Then he was the head football coach from 77 to 91.
He took over. I thought it was 75. Okay, so it was the. That's right. Listen, when they would come to Florida, when they would come to FAMU, people on this side would go to Tallahassee to see Jackson State. And I remember, I'm trying to think who was on the team when I went to see him. Because we went to see him in 81. Oh, I can't think. Oh, man. But they came to Tallahassee in 81. That was Rudy Hubbard now. And we went down there because we were in Atlanta. I was in school, so we didn't get a chance to see Jackson unless we saw him in the playoffs, because at that time we didn't have BET. So you had to, if they came on this side, you'd go down there to see them.
Yeah.
Yeah. But see, I tell people now, I'm before BET now. I'm before BET. The first black college game I saw was actually on the Wide World of Sports. It was Grambling and Morgan State from Yankee Stadium. The second black college game I saw was Fort Valley State played Fisk University, and it was Fort Valley State's homecoming. Yeah, that was the second black college game I saw.
Fort Valley and who?
Fisk University.
Okay.
ABC brought that game. That was 1972. But the first time I saw a black college play on TV was Grambling State versus Morgan State. We saw it on a show called The Wide World of Sports.
You said W.C. Gordon told that W.C. stands for Will Cut. Wow.
Yeah, that was his saying. He used to always say that. Yeah, that's what he used to say, man. He was something else, man.
Yeah, they said, I heard Harold Jackson was great at Jackson State.
He played for Bob Hill.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute, did he? No, I'm sorry. Jackson played for Rod Page. The guy who worked for the Bushes, he was Secretary of Education.
Secretary of Education. Okay.
Yeah, he was a coach. He's a Jackson State graduate, but he was a head football coach when I was a little kid.
Oh, I got some nostalgia for y'all just because it's my Chrome tab. This is oh shoot. This is Jack State Alcorn. And I'll show you Superman.
Jackson State takes over first and 10. We're coming to you from Jackson, Mississippi. We'll have more after this.
I'll show you Superman and TC.
Well, we had a Southwest Airlines back then. We had a Southwest Airlines
Yeah, they used to they used to sponsor the Capital City Classic, but this was the Capital City Classic. That's Robert Kent right there. That's
Yeah, I remember
Superman.
him. I remember Robert was about 6'5".
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he could throw that football, man. If that man hadn't left, if Shannon hadn't left, because he was instilling him. See, Shannon brought the run and shoot to Jackson State, because the reason he went out and got Shannon, he got Shannon because that man Billy Joe came down there with a boy named Pat Bonner, and they blitzed Jackson, man, in Jackson. And after that, he said he wanted offense like that. That's why he went and got Coach Shannon.
Now, Robert's problem was he had average size hands, and he fumbled the ball a lot.
Yeah,
so
but he could throw it.
Kind of his throwing mechanic was not that great.
Yeah, it's fun. That's what Shannon was working with him.
So if
23
you see,
touchdowns and 18 interceptions.
Yeah, he was a gunslinger though.
Yeah, he sure was.
Gunslinger. You just throwing it up and hoping that somebody catches it.
But see, that's the thing.
Basically,
TC right there.
Yeah, that's TC. That's TC. Yeah, you're right, Mr. Mona. You're right.
Yeah, but then too, the type of offense that they switched over to, because we never ran like when we switched over to Coach Hughes. Coach Hughes tried to keep the same thing, but it was the offensive coordinator we had. He wanted to run it like a spread, like shotgun spread type offense, and trying to utilize Robert's ability as far as being a passer. But like I said, Robert didn't have the best. He didn't have the best mechanics
and the best fundamentals.
Best fundamentals. Like
that's what that guy was, Shannon.
Right.
Look at the year that Shannon left Jackson and went to Troy State. That was the end of Kent.
What was the year? What was that year? 02?
I can't remember. I know he was young at the time he had Kent, because he left. They did well, and then Larry Blakeney hired Coach Shannon at Troy State. Put in. I'm trying to think. What was Shannon's name? What was his first name? He was OC at Jackson State. I can't even. I don't know if his name was Robert Shannon. What was Coach Shannon? Oh man, I can't even think his name. What was his first name?
Let's see. Make sure I ain't get okay.
Because I think that was around 90. Okay, Shannon was brought in about 99.
Okay, yeah. So I was there in school at that time. He brought him in.
What was Coach Shannon's first name?
I can't even remember. John Shannon.
That's him. John Shannon. That's him. Look and see, when did he leave Jackson State?
Don't say anything else on here.
That's right. You're right, Cedric. He says John Shannon was from Gulfport. That's right.
Okay.
I remember him, because Shannon was something else. I remember Shannon, but he left Jackson and went to Troy State, the coach for Larry Blakeney.
Yeah, but like if you really looked at it, Robert Kent didn't like I said, he didn't have the best mechanics. He did not have the best mechanics, but
see, what's the name was instilling fundamentals in it. Like I said, after Shannon left, that killed Kent, man.
Yeah. Coach Bell Coach Bell ruined his career.
He did. Bell was awful, man.
Oh.
But see, Bell was brought there by a guy who was friends with Mason, I think. Y'all had a president named Mason.
Yeah, I was there. I remember.
And then
Not
Mason brought in that dupe as the AD, and then he brought Bale in, and Bale was awful, man.
yeah, I know
He was
when
terrible.
Brady. I know when Brady they brought him in because Brady was. Let's see, Bob Brady.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Because see, Bale wanted to run the I. He didn't really want to throw the ball. He wanted to run the I. He wanted to run that I formation.
Mm-hmm.
He
Yeah,
was man. Let me tell you something. After wait a minute, Bale was terrible. When did Comegys come? Because Comegys resurrected that program.
Tommy G came in, I think around 07.
Well, they would. Let me tell you something, man. That Bale era was terrible.
Oh yeah.
Comegys came in,
At
did
that
his.
point, we was dealing with football politics because
Yes, you were, and it was
we
bad
lost
politics.
in the SWAC championship and they fired a coach. Why in the hell would you fire a coach who makes to the SWAC championship?
Because they were stupid.
Like what?
And they didn't like him.
They didn't like him.
That lady didn't like him. Vivian, what's her name?
Vivian Fuller.
Vivian Fuller. She was the she was awful. All the women at
that was
Jackson
the
State
time
was
that I
suing her
was
for
there.
harassment.
Vivian Fuller, Carolyn Myers,
Yeah, Carolyn Myers. She's up here with us now.
Ronald Mason, all like
Ronald Mason. I think he went to Southern, didn't he?
Yep.
I don't know why they would take him after he tried to merge our schools.
Yeah, you're right. Right here, it says unstoppable. You're right. It says, wait a minute. Somebody said Bale was the worst coach. You're right.
Yeah. Roy Culberson was the athletic director.
I remember Roy.
He was terrible. He played politics in he played politics and athletics.
He sure did. He killed that program.
And it took then Vivian Fuller was
she was awful.
She was awful.
All she wanted to do was intimidate all the secretaries. And every one of them sued her.
That 2013 team, which should have won.
Yeah, boy ran out of bounds.
They should have won the SWAC championship that year. Yeah, if he would not have ran out of bounds, it'd have been a whole thing.
Yeah. He was from Atlanta, that boy that ran out of bounds.
And then my whole thing about this is that the only time that Comedy had a losing season was 2009.
Who was his quarterback?
In fact, that was Casey. That was White Tiger. Casey Terrio.
He had a losing season with him?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
I don't think he had a losing season. That he lost at the SWAC championship.
No, he was 3-7 one year and then 3-4. He was 3-7 in 2006, 2009. That's Comedy's only losing season that he had.
I don't know about all that. That was the year that we beat Southern in that game. Let's see.
Oh, okay. You said one Casey. Was it was it Jimmy? It wasn't. Was it Jimmy Oliver?
Jimmy Oliver, he won the conference. I mean, he won the SWAC with him.
Okay, I have to go back and look at that because
that Jimmy Oliver guy was good. He was.
Rick Comedy was he was there from 2007 to 2013, I guess.
2006, 2013.
It says that he was 8-4 in 2007, 7-5 in 2008. In 2010, he was 8-3. 2011, he was 9-2. 2012 he was 7-5. 2013 he was 8-4.
Okay, but 2009 he had to lose the
Then
season.
vacated by Southern. Huh?
Trey,
We,
the
we the reason why he
QB.
fired is because he lost the championship game. We was 8
No,
and
they hated him. It had nothing to do with football. That lady didn't like him.
and then we didn't bounce back. It was like
It
it
took
was
us a long time to bounce back.
Oh man, y'all went through
it was
Harold
like Whoopi
Jackson,
Goldberg.
Tony Hughes, Big John Hendrick. Was it Hendricks?
Yeah, but I wouldn't. But see, with John Hendricks, I wouldn't even say he was bad.
He only had 1 year as
He
head
only had
coach, right?
1 year, so he didn't know what he was going to get the next season.
Yeah, he got 1 year. He got 1 year. I remember, man. It was from 2013 until Coach Prime showed up.
Yep.
Jackson State's football was chaos and confusion. I remember they had a wanted sign out throughout Mississippi. They said they wanted. It was Dr. Myers, Vivian's. What's Vivian's name?
Vivian Fuller.
Vivian Fuller and Harold Jackson. It said wanted, and it said something about fire all three because he lost
So
the homecoming,
basically,
and them people in Mississippi went crazy.
oh my goodness.
They went crazy, and the lady fired him. The president fired him. Dr. Myers,
we were
she's the one who
cursed.
fired him.
And we were cursed for like what, 8 years?
Yeah, from 2013. When did Prime show up? 2020?
Where his first full season was spring 2021.
2021.
Okay, yeah. So y'all was cursed about 7-8 years.
That's
Because
that.
let me tell you something. Now, Harold Jackson should be in the NFL Hall of Fame, but he wasn't nothing for no coach. Now he was terrible.
And God sent him here to save us.
I'm trying to. They said Trey. What's Trey's last name? They said Trey was the quarterback that 2009 season.
Trey?
Yeah,
he wasn't a left-handed guy, was he?
I think so. Because isn't one of our current quarterbacks left-handed? One of our recruits?
Yeah, you got that boy from Texas. He left-handed.
I haven't heard that much actually about PJ Hatter. It's actually been kind of quiet.
Oh, he is the truth. I saw.
Okay.
Doc told me to look it up. He is the truth.
I don't know if we still have him.
It was Trey Rutland.
Yeah, Trey Rutland. He was a big kid, big boy.
I looked up Trey Rutland's stats, and they are not good at all.
That's the reason why we had to lose the season in 2009.
Oh, his stats were terrible. I said, because I was gonna do we had a left-hand quarterback in like a little history, and I looked up his stats and I was like, oh hell no, he was terrible. I'm not putting that out there. So
yeah,
no, I haven't actually heard anything about PJ Hatter. Has anybody else? I've seen Brown on the campus, and I've seen Philip Short on campus.
Oh no!
In the videos,
somebody said, I think it was Ken Clark said that PJ didn't sign, so his recruiting was still open. And I think somebody, I don't know if it was Prairie View, took a look at him, but I don't. To me,
I mean,
it shouldn't take him not signing and him committing to Jackson State for you to actually try to go back and recruit this guy.
No, but that's
he coming in the fall.
Yeah, remember we got the big high school signing is February 3rd.
I would think that if I'm PJ, and some of these, like we all know in the SWAC, quarterback play is key, but we also know that the quarterback positions are kind of open in a lot of these SWAC schools, open to the point that if you're coming fresh out of high school, you have a chance to get the starting spot.
Right.
So if you're PJ Hatter, do you come to Jackson State and compete with Philip Short, who has put up numbers in JUCO, and you have Jason, who's
Jason Brown.
coming from South Carolina, who played against Florida and beat Florida. Even though I talked to somebody who's a South Carolina Gamecock fan, and he said that it was not because of Jason Brown that they won that game. That's debatable. But do you try to compete with these, or do you go somewhere else in the SWAC where you know there's a chance that you're going to start? Just as long as they have the O line to back it up. Like, I think some of these schools, like Texas Southern, they've had a stable quarterback and they have still not been able to build around him, and I don't know why. How do you get a quarterback like Andrew Body? This is going on the third year, and you still don't have your team developed enough to protect him with an O line, and also, like, why do you not have all these pieces put together? He was practicing with Shador. Whoever Shador's quarterback coach is, like,
Yeah, he was. You're right.
he was training with him, so
Right.
they were training together. I don't know. Seems to me like Texas Southern dropped the ball on that one.
Well, see, the thing about Texas Southern is, my thing is, we don't know where the president stands on athletics. Kevin Granger was a great basketball player at Texas Southern, but I don't know if he can be a great AD for a football program. See, like FAMU, okay? Now, the alumni at FAMU right now is saying the girls' basketball coach got to go, the boys' basketball coach got to go. But see, my thing is, they just got this new AD, Tiffany Dawn Sykes. Does she know what to do? Okay. Then it's shown in black schools when you go get them search committees, they do not work. They don't work. Okay. If your AD don't know what to do, you're not gonna win. And see, that's what I'm saying about
You don't have
FAMU.
an AD named Ashley Robinson. I don't know what happened at FAMU.
No,
but
I'm just saying, I'm just giving an example.
I'm just saying they chased off. It seemed like he was, whoever the AD was at FAMU, it seemed like he was a forward-thinking type of AD, and they wanted him to be in line. Like, you got to go get a signature. Like, that's in all colleges, especially state funded. You have to get 4 or 5 signatures, VP, president, secretary. You have to get 3 or 4 or 5 signatures before you can pass anything through. So
yeah,
some of these people, they get a little bit too much dip on their chip, and they try to cut corners and not make sure to get all of the, cross their T's and dot their I's before pushing things forward. So for FAMU, I think that was a disservice that they got rid of the AD.
Yeah, that guy was named what? What was that guy? He's at
Courtney Gaucher.
Courtney
Gaucher.
That's right, Courtney Gaucher. He's at Tulane.
Man, but FAMU kind of messy with their politics because you're gonna know all their business, all of it. You're gonna know everything.
But the biggest problem now is that the president is. To me, he I kind of fell out with him because he did some bad stuff last year. I thought they should have moved on him.
On the president, I think.
He was terrible.
I think that for Florida A&M to have a coach that comes from the MEAC, and first 2 years, second place in SWAC East, second overall in the SWAC. That's pretty good behind Deion Sanders.
Oh, that guy's good. Willie Simmons is good.
So
Willie got a solid staff too.
Yeah, like he even though Jackson State beat the brakes off of them this year, and I think they're going to beat the brakes off of them next year too, they still are leaps and bounds ahead of the rest of the.
They've only lost 2 SWAC games in 2 years.
Yeah, and
that's been Jackson State. Yeah.
So
that guy's good.
That being said, like I don't know what more could the administration ask for.
Man, let's be for real. If Willie Simmons would have stayed at Prairie View, you think Prairie View would be the all-out favorite in the SWAC West?
Prairie
Well, the
View
only thing was Dr. Simmons didn't care nothing about sports.
practice? We talking about practice? No.
I'm just saying, but you gotta realize he did before he gave that job, before they gave that job to Dooley, he was humming over at Prairie View.
Yeah, he was. But see, here's the thing. Like I always say now, championships and winning and all that starts in the president office. And that was Dr. Ruth Simmons. Dr. Ruth Simmons didn't care nothing about no sports, which I
Well,
understand.
it's understandable because it doesn't make a lot of money. And I would even venture to say, like, I mean, I'm glad that we're continuing on with our legacy, but I'm pretty sure that Jackson State administration is fed up with the whole like debacle of just football and everything, because it was a lot. You have to run a whole university, and this person wants you to run it like you're a GM of a football team, and you have 8,000 students to look after.
But that's
staff,
the
whole college.
But that's the
and see,
thing.
that's another problem with Florida A&M should have at least 13 to 15,000 students.
Especially being in Florida, that's ridiculous.
That's right, and being in the capital city, they should have 13 to 15,000 students.
What you just said, Timona? What you just said, Timona, about the debacle of trying to run a university. Well, not debacle, but the pressure of trying to run a university, but Prime was trying to run it like he's a GM. You gotta understand, he learned from Eddie DeBartolo from the 49ers and Jerry Jones for the Cowboys.
That's fine, but it's a college and it's more than just the football team. Like he just it was kind of like overboard. Like they're not making sure that my students are good, and it's like they have to make sure 8,000 students are good, not just the football team. We're the one bringing hope to the city. Man, hope is not going to make this water run, and these students have a way to wash they behind. Not just.
And Doc, how can you mention Jerry Jones in the same breath with DeBartolo? DeBartolo was great. Jerry Jones isn't great. He hadn't been to the championship, to the Super Bowl in 26 years?
Hey man, come on now. Let's lay off my
Jerry Jones. Listen, DeBartolo biggest problem was he got caught up with that governor down there in Louisiana. What that guy was named? Wasn't it Edwards? You remember that? All them got in trouble down there in New Orleans.
That's a fun fact about the Cowboys.
But listen,
Cowboys.
How can you mention DeBartolo? DeBartolo and them control the NFL with all them championships, and then you holler out Jerry Jones?
But I'm just saying. But you gotta realize he was in Dallas for 5 years playing under the Cowboys, playing under Jerry Jones. So it's some things that he had to learn from him, though.
That's right, Edwin Edwards. That was because he. You know what? When I was a student at Grambling, he came to visit us. We closed the school down, and they had a parade for him. Edwin Edwards. I think he just passed. Maybe a year ago.
Yep. Here's a history fun fact about the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys and the Green Bay Packers are now tied for the most postseason appearances of all time at 35 apiece, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the Dallas Cowboys, after they choked on Monday, will
be
the team that has choked the most in postseason play.
Hold on now. We're not choking.
Listen, y'all won the last Super Bowl y'all won was 94. What was it?
95,
96 season.
You beat the Steelers, right?
Yep.
I was legit then. I was living in Austin, Texas when that happened.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. The best thing the Cowboys can do is get that son, let him take over and let Jerry Jones go home. The son is named what?
Steven.
Yeah, that's the best thing could happen. Let Steven take over. Because the word is he's going to fire everybody that worked for Jerry. They say he's going to get rid of all of them.
Oh, my God. That would be the day if he do that. Oh, my God.
They say he's going to get rid of everybody because they say he's already told them that.
Jerry Jones needs to just retire. He's doing too much.
Well,
Was
I'm
the
gonna tell you
Panthers
this.
even a
I'm gonna
team
tell
in
you like this.
95?
I'm gonna
Was
tell you
the
like this,
Panthers
Timona.
even a
He
team
can't.
in
He ain't
95?
gonna. He ain't gonna retire until he croaks or till he figure out he can't do this no more.
Listen, Ronald Hunt, thank you. He said Edwin Edwards passed away in 2021 in his 90s. Yeah, I was a student when he came to Grambling. I think he was
You
a
mean
Democrat, wasn't
when
he?
they lose? Truth Bearer said Jerry Jones gonna get Sean Payton if they lose. You mean when they lose? Look, they
Man,
Now
can lose
they
both
play
territories.
Monday night, right?
Monday
They
night.
play in
They
Tampa.
gonna beat Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay's
We'll
pathetic.
be Tampa Bay. The
Tampa,
problem
they
is
are not
the
gonna
problem
be.
the
They are
problem
not
is
gonna
we'll
beat
go to
them
San
at
Fran.
home.
The problem is
Oh boy,
if
they
we
do
beat
good
Tampa Bay, we
today.
go to San Francisco.
They're not
Listen, I'm
beating.
gonna tell you something, man. That San Francisco team, they looking like Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They running it, throwing it. They doing. You know, I love that old Shannon. See, we had him here in Atlanta. He was our offensive coordinator. That's when I was watching the Falcons because of him. When he left after, the Falcons went to the Super Bowl against the New England Patriots, the greatest disaster ever. But anyway, when that man left here, the whole Falcons organization failed. That's is it Kyle Shanahan? What's his name?
Kyle Shanahan.
Kyle Shanahan. That guy's good, man. Man, let me tell you something. You know, I like offensive coordinators. When he was here, I was watching every Falcons game because he know what he's doing.
My thing about about Cowboys is this. My thing about the Cowboys is this. Until Jerry Jones either just be the owner of the team and relinquish the other titles that he has, which is vice president and general manager, yes, it is going to be a dark cloud over us. 2, he's going to have to admit that he was not the reason why there was a resurgence of Cowboys glory back in the 90s, because Jimmy Johnson had his whole hand in it, in the whole pot.
Yeah.
He is
the fact that you are talking about the Cowboys and the 90s for resurgence. How did they make it America's team? How?
Well, it was
America's team that loses every year.
Nope.
Well, they got that title in the 70s, and they never relinquished that. Yep. They got that in the 70s. That was when Tom Landry, you had Roger Staubach, that guy we was just talking about, Bob Hayes, Bob Lilly. You had Drew Pearson. You had Golden Richards. You
Randy
had
White.
Preston Pearson, Calvin Hill.
You actually had a lot of players from HBCUs that
they did, yeah. Jeff Pugh was in Elizabeth City State.
Yeah, Rayfield Wright was
Fort Valley State. He came in as a tight end. What's the name? We went first round. Too Tall Jones was from Tennessee State. They had another linebacker from Tennessee State. I want to say his name was Bryant. Was it Wayman Bryant?
I think so. Hollywood Henderson, but
Hollywood was from Langston.
Yeah, Hollywood Henderson.
And Hollywood snorted his way right out the NFL. He was snorting cocaine with the Pointer Sisters, Marvin Gaye, and what's the other boy? Richard Pryor. He'd go over to Richard Pryor's house, and Richard Pryor would pull out all that dope and stuff, and then pull off his clothes and just act crazy.
Timona, he's not lying. Timona, he's not lying.
They got a book written about it.
Hollywood
he changed his lifestyle. He has a book about it. He was snorting cocaine he was in love with that girl. She just died. Her name was Anita Porter. She just died maybe 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
She was 74. But anyway, Hollywood Henderson was in love with her. And so she turned him on to that LA dope crowd. That's Marvin Gaye, Richard Pryor.
He snuck liquid cocaine into the Super Bowl, and he was running. He says he lived a fast life. Oh my goodness, really?
Yeah, he was man, it was terrible.
Hollywood.
They knew he was on coke.
Hollywood.
What's the name? Hated him. Tom Landry hated him, but he was so good.
But he was good. Now Hollywood is went to South Oak Cliff. All right, Hollywood came, I think, a couple of years before Deborah Rodman, Dennis Rodman's older sister. But Hollywood even said, like, he comes back to South Oak Cliff. I think he was there when they won the championship last year. But he said that Mr. Ford is right. He snorted his way. He's damn near snorted his way out of the league.
Yeah, he did. They said he
Like
had a hole in his nose from cocaine.
from cocaine.
Yeah.
Like what? You talk about this is the 70s.
Yeah.
This is the
that's
70s
right.
where cocaine was not taboo. Everybody did it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not
not
taboo now. It's
When
not
he
taboo
came to the
now.
Dallas Cowboys, he was running a 9,500-yard dash.
Mhm.
They would run a reverse on the kickoff with him.
And I'm gonna tell you like this:
Cocaine Cowboy.
oh,
Yeah,
if you want,
there was a movie made about the Cowboys called North Dallas
40.
That's right. Mike Davis and them was in it.
If you really want to talk about cocaine, we go to the 90s. We go to Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin was what? Michael Irvin was out there. He was out there.
And don't forget cocaine in the 1970s in the NBA. There was a player in the NBA in 1970 was better than Michael Jordan. His name was David Thompson. He came from North Carolina State. He was really better than Michael Jordan. But here's the thing: cocaine killed him. He's still living, but it destroyed him. He had played for Norm Sloan at North Carolina State. They beat UCLA in the 1974 NCAA championship.
Like, if you, I'm telling you, Timona, Michael Irvin snorted coke. Michael Irvin snorted coke. Eric Williams was. I tell you everything about the Cowboys in the 90s. Michael Irvin snorted coke. Eric Williams, he had an alcohol problem. That's how he ended up with a car accident, and it took him a year to come back from it.
Hey, do you remember the time they caught Michael Irvin with cocaine, and he said it was his brother's dope?
It was his brother's. Yeah, it was. In fact, they was in a hotel room with a. I think, I don't know if it was a stripper, but it was a prostitute or something like that. And he I'm gonna tell you like this: his court case, his court date, it was so funny because we in Dallas, it's April and it's 85 degrees, and Michael Irvin came to the courthouse, to Frank Crowley's courthouse in downtown Dallas with this black fur coat on. Straight up black fur coat, and it was hot outside. Yes, it was on that stuff. I'm talking about Jimmy Smith had a problem too.
Yeah,
Jimmy Smith.
Do you remember Donald Reese? Donald Reese played with Walter Payton and Jackie Slater. Remember, they all had to go to court because they were with the San Diego Chargers. It was Donald Reese was in it. That boy, one of the guys was named Chuck Muncie. Remember, they said Chuck was doing the 8 balls and all that mess.
Hold on. Yes, I remember the strip club on Northwest. Then with Prime, it was funny. When Prime got to Dallas, Prime bought a club called Primetime 21. Everybody go there. Yes. But Prime never drunk. He never, like, he was true to his word. He never drunk alcohol like that. But he had a club called Primetime 21. We used to have
one in Atlanta, same thing.
We used to have TV show called Flavor TV. It just come on at 10 o'clock at night, and it showed like videos, but it showed them inside the club, like literally. And it was crazy because, like, when I said Nate Newton ate his way out of the league,
that's his best friend, right? One of his best friends.
Yeah, that's his best friend. Nate Newton ate his way out of the league. Then he got busted for peddling not peddling, but he got busted for transporting weed across state lines
Yeah,
from
that's
Texas
right.
to Louisiana. He got caught
Yeah.
twice.
He lost his job with BET because of that.
Yeah, because of that.
It used to be him, Charlie Neal, and Jay Walker.
He got caught twice.
Yeah.
With over 100 pounds of marijuana in his vehicle.
Damn.
Yes, he was that close. He went to
He
jail.
was a big time dope.
Hey, listen.
He said
Doc,
that's what he said.
Doc, look up Donald Reese. Donald Reese was from Jackson State. He got caught up in that stuff.
Yeah, I remember about Donald Reese.
Donald Reese. He was a Jackson. He got drafted. Was it the Chargers or the Miami Dolphins or somebody?
That's what he said, Edwin, that he was following the dude driving the weed in LA, but nah, he had the weed in his trunk of his car.
100 pounds?
He had over 100 pounds.
And he didn't get no time for it?
Oh, yeah, he got some time for it. He
Yeah.
didn't get no big time, but he got some time for it.
You right about Chuck. Chuck Munson could throw a football 80 yards. He used to wear them big goggle glasses. He originally went to the New Orleans Saints. It was him and a guy named Tony Galbraith. Tony Galbraith came from Missouri. They called him Thunder and Lightning.
Yeah, I remember Tony Galbraith.
Yeah, Tony them guys played for Hank Stram. Hank Stram left Kansas City. They fired him in Kansas City. He came to New Orleans.
Nate Newton got busted. Yep, I remember that. They said that was a low point in his life. Who else, man? Mark Stepnoski fade away to obscurity. Mark Tournay had so many demons that he killed himself.
He did?
Yeah, Mark Tournay died. He's committed suicide. He had so many. He was suffering from depression. He had so much built into him. Like,
was it CTE or something?
I don't know if it was CTE or not, but they didn't have. This is where he killed himself. This was like in the early 2000s.
They probably
so CTE wasn't even to talk about. Wasn't even to talk back then. But yeah, he killed himself. Jimmy Smith had a drug problem.
Yeah,
that's the reason why the Cowboys cut him. He was down at his lowest. He went over to Jacksonville, resurrecting himself, but he still had the same drug problem. He was at Jacksonville.
Because I don't know if it was his rings or the money. Jerry tried to cut off his money or something.
Yeah,
and he ended up having to sue Jerry.
He said Jerry said he partied too much. Like he didn't play too much in the games, but he did get a Super Bowl. He did get a Super Bowl rings.
They said it was an accidental overdose. He didn't commit suicide.
That's what they said. But I think
after a historic career, Tournay died in 1999. He was found dead in his car as he died of an accidental drug overdose.
I think it was.
He said that he had ecstasy and then he was taking heroin.
Hey, Doc, do you remember the white boy that got messed up named Golden Richards?
Yeah, I remember Golden Richards. My uncle
Golden got messed up too.
Yep. Like if you talking about some stuff the Cowboys used to do back in the 90s, man, them boys was on. The only one that looked like they was squeaky clean was Emmitt Smith and Troy Aikman, but Troy Aikman wasn't that great. Wasn't all that good too, because he used to pop pain killers all the time.
Yeah.
Troy Aikman could run, but when the last hit that Troy Aikman took from LeVar Arrington when LeVar was playing with the Redskins, knocked him silly.
Yeah.
He was going to the other sideline. Yeah, it was time for him to hang it up.
Yeah.
I'm serious. It was time for him to hang it up. He got knocked silly. Michael Irvin broke his neck playing against Philly, which was a freak accident. Because they played at the old Veterans Stadium and they had that old hard ass AstroTurf. Charles Haley was is actually bipolar. I actually met him too. He
came to Jackson State. Was it last summer or the summer before?
Summer before.
Yeah. He came from the 49ers. And he came to Dallas. He really, to be honest with you, he was the last missing piece of that dynasty that Dallas had.
Yep. Charles Haley was diagnosed as bipolar, but he's a cool guy. I met
Yeah,
him at
wasn't he from James
And we
Madison? What was
also
his school?
James Madison.
James Madison. He could do it too, boy.
we
But
also
he,
have to realize that a lot of these football players, they systemically have not received the mental care
yep.
and the health care that they deserve. Even
Well,
up
now
until
the
even
other
up
thing you
until
got to remember about the NFL, that was a court case involving a guy named J.D. Hill. And what that court case brought out was that the NFL doctors make those players drug addicts by giving them so much painkiller. And once they are through in the league, they got to turn to cocaine or crack or something because they've been high so many years. Look up, Doc, look up J.D. Hill.
J.D. Hill.
J.D. Hill, the J.D. Hill case, in which he accused the Buffalo Bills of making him into a drug addict.
And on top of that, they just which I think is terrible. So they did the whole concussion thing. They didn't want to admit it. They don't have no choice but to admit it. Then we find out that Black players are rated cognitively lower than white players. So the doctors were denying that there was issues with Black players because their the level of cognition that they had wasn't enough to warrant them being compensated for concussions. And that just stopped, and that just ended last year probably the only reason why it ended is because they were exposed.
Did you see the J.D. Hill case?
How you spell his last name?
Hill, J.D. Hill. He played for Arizona State. Somebody said he was OJ. That's right. It was J.D. Hill and a boy named Ahmad Rashad. They were the wide receivers. It was Joe Ferguson was quarterback. The offensive line, they call him the Electric Company. Joe DeLamalia, Reggie McKenzie, Reuben Seymour.
Are you saying Ahmad Rashad was on their team?
No, yeah, Ahmad Rashad was on it, but JD was JD sued the NFL. Do you see that?
Oh yeah, I see. It said 2014, Hill and 7 other players were named as plaintiffs in a lawsuit against the NFL.
Yeah.
It alleges he and more than 400 others were illegally given narcotics to mask to pain so they can play in games. I became addicted and turned to the streets after my career and was homeless. Never took a drug in my life, and I became a junkie in the NFL. He said,
"That's right."
Yeah, that's that same thing. Like you, when who was that? Marcellus Wiley was taking Toradol, the injection, and he damn near had renal failure, and Max Kellerman had to drag him up from his car to the hospital because he couldn't get up out the car, and he was in that much pain. But Boris put on there the Oakland Raiders. The Oakland Raiders in the 70s with Lyle Alzado and all those guys right there. They were just crazy.
It was Lyle and the one that came from the Houston Oilers. He was from the University of Tampa. John Matuzik. All them was on drugs.
Wasn't Willie Brown on it? Yep, Willie Brown was on there.
Yeah, Willie was from Grambling.
Yeah, Willie was on that
team. They was abusing drugs and steroids. Yeah. Him and Lyle Alzado, because that's what basically killed both of them. They were on drugs. And Lyle, I think, came down with cancer. Yeah. Because they like you say, the 70s was all about that cocaine. It was all about that cocaine.
Yeah. Yeah, that is Sippy Savior, that is true that Charles Haley was that he was out there.
That is demented and disgusting.
That he was out there. Charles Haley was a bully. He would tell you he was a bully in the locker room. That's the man that said that he's the one that said that he never seen a white person.
Yeah.
He's the one that said that never seen a white person in his life. Charles Haley.
I watched his I Am Athlete, I guess he was on there doing an interview and stuff. And he was basically trying to explain it. So now I didn't know that you're saying that he was bipolar or he is bipolar.
Yeah, he went. His ex-wife told him to go get checked, and he went to see to see the psychiatrist therapist, and they found out that he was bipolar. But Charles Haley was smart than him.
He
Charles
might
Haley,
also have some CTE. Like, come on, don't leave
All
that
of them
out.
got CTE.
all of them got CTE.
All of them got that.
Even
Because
Emmett might have CTE.
You think Coach Prime got CTE?
listen, they say that the CTE starts with the brain going through too many shaking periods. That's all you do in football. You shaking your brain. Your brain sits in water, and you constantly. If you're in football, you don't have to be
Well,
hit.
that's why
Your
Coach
brain is
Prime
constantly
wasn't
shaking.
tackling. That's why Coach Prime said, "I'm not tackling. I'll catch the ball. Get somebody else to do it. I don't want to tackle."
Yeah, but they was you talking about ooh, but the crazy thing is though, all that stuff, all the partying and everything, they still won 3 Super Bowls, three Super Bowls out of 4 years.
Who was
I
that?
mean,
The
you
Cowboys.
on cocaine and you're
man, Jimmy
faster.
them put something together, man.
When you're
Jimmy
on
them put something
cocaine, you
together.
feel like you're a superhero. Like,
See, when Jimmy left, they thought that they was gonna put that thing together in Miami. It didn't work. That's why I'm telling y'all about Coach Prime.
Mm-hmm.
The winning, the magic that they had at Jackson State is not gonna translate to Boulder, Colorado. Y'all can forget it. He's not gonna win in Boulder.
what?
He's not gonna win up there.
He's getting ready to flip Cormani tomorrow.
Did
Are
you
you
hear what I
serious?
said, right?
Yeah, I heard
He's
you.
not
You
gonna
said that
win up there in Boulder.
the reason why he would so if he doesn't win, the issue will be the same issue that he had in Jackson State, which is they not recruiting in the trenches. I mean, because everything I see, skilled positions, transfers. He has the number 1 transfer class.
Mm-hmm.
He's getting ready to flip Cormani, which is the number 2 DB in the nation, a 5-star that was crystal ball to go to the University of Miami. He's supposed to commit tomorrow, and they said that he's in Boulder, Colorado.
Listen, let me
So
go over
basically,
this
you're
thing
saying
again with you.
all these
Listen,
recruits, and he's still
TCU
not.
is gonna beat them.
Is
Southern
TCU
Cal
gonna
is
beat?
gonna beat them.
Is TCU gonna beat Colorado
UCLA
like how
is gonna beat
Georgia
them.
beat TCU?
Oregon is gonna beat them.
They ain't got to play yeah, they do. They ain't got to play Washington.
I think
Okay,
that's
well
why,
that was gonna be a loss too. And Utah is gonna beat them.
I think that's why he was trying to get Arizona State on the schedule and take TCU off, because there was a little thing last week where Coach Prime was sharing some information about possibly playing Arizona State week 0, but
Listen, and the
it
AD
fell
cut
through.
him off on that and told him, see, he was trying to act like he got some power up there. The AD put him back in line and told him they ain't doing that.
I
And
don't
told
think
him
it
that they
was
ain't
that
playing no 9
AD. I
straight
think it
games.
was. I thought it was the other AD that was like, we didn't sign up for that. Who said that? Who said we was playing y'all? I thought it was on the other AD that did that.
No, it was the AD at Colorado told him they not doing that because that would
They
cause them
already had
boys to
that
play
together.
9 straight weeks.
Yeah, they
Ain't no
already
more. Ain't no more. That's my AD.
There
That's
you go.
my AD. Ain't
See,
no
when
more
he
of
was
that.
at Jackson State, that football team was his. He at Colorado, it ain't his. You see, everything they do to him, he don't open his mouth. He always had something to say at Jackson.
He
my
got to keep his
my
mouth shut
thing
and get to his appearances. You
my
can't be
thing
doing
my
that.
thing my thing about that is that the way he said it, he wanted to do that. That schedule was already set. That
I
one,
mean, it's not you can't switch up. Like, I think
right?
that 2024 will be my only issue with him losing all of these games is, like, if you're saying that he's going to lose all these games, the only issue that I'm going to have right now is if you lose all of these games, you're jeopardizing Shador, because they're going to put pressure on you to change that quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they already accusing him of nepotism.
So now
Two things
you gonna ruin your. That's why I like Shador, and so for the sake of Shador, I'm hoping that they get some good O linemen in there, and that he's able to execute at a high level, even if they lose, as long as Shador's numbers are good, and then they'll know what they need to work on. But if Shador's numbers aren't good, they are gonna crucify him like the Jews did Jesus.
Did
Nail
you
him to
see
the
what
cross.
the coach at Marshall said about Deion Sanders?
Oh yeah, he tried to get one of his try to get one of the
Yeah.
recruits while he was on the recruiting
See
visit.
what they gonna do is they gonna put the media on him. They gonna listen. They already talking about that school. That prime, remember the school he had, Prime Academy or something.
The prime
Prime
prep. I
prep.
remember.
They print something about that every day. They saying that's nepotism. What he doing with Shador. You just wait.
Listen, Colorado is 1-11. Whoever is saying that needs to shut up, because even if it is nepotism, your team is so bad that you don't need to be saying nothing about nothing. You just need to hush. If y'all can lose 1-11, he damn sure can bring his son there to play too.
Pretty much. Boy, D-Line just came home from the Fantasia Joe concert.
Oh, I love Fantasia. Now you know Joe is from Georgia. He's from Columbus.
Now, don't get me wrong. He does have a top. He does have a top 20 recruiting class, but you got to put
The
it all
number
out there on the
one
field.
Who is
transfer
that?
class.
That's JSU Tiger 85. Do I need to go over the list again? Let me say it again to you. He
Here,
gonna get.
wait. Let me pull up the list so we could just go over it. Right
Yeah.
now. Let me go ahead and pull up the list. Listen, I'm still gonna advocate for Shador, because
He's not a bad player.
he's not he's an excellent football
He's an
player.
excellent yeah. I know I seen him when he played here in high school, so that's just why I said he wasn't a bad player. And then people was like, well, did he play against top talent, top teams in the state? I'm like, bro, it's still top teams even in.
You're gonna always have this
ranks.
argument about the top teams. Man, shut your top team ass up.
Now let me ask y'all something. Y'all think them officials ain't gonna cheat on Colorado next year?
Was that?
Y'all don't think the officials gonna cheat? You don't think he gonna get bad calls next year? Because he gonna get them from now on.
I'm not defending Prime. I'm defending Shador.
Well, I love Shador too.
I'm not defending.
But I'm just telling you now. Pull up that schedule, and I'm gonna tell you who they're gonna lose to.
Okay, I put it up there, so you gotta accept.
Okay, let me look.
I add it. So
you know I'm on the phone, so I can't barely see it. Hold on, let's see. Can I get it up?
Yeah, he ain't.
Who's the first game?
TCU.
That's a loss. Who's the second one?
Nebraska. Okay,
I don't know about Nebraska.
Now they just got Matt Rule.
Yeah, I don't know about them.
And it's going to be in Boulder.
He could win that one. He could possibly win.
Okay, good. And then we got the Colorado State Rams.
He could win that
game right there.
And that's in Boulder.
He could win that.
That's a rival game too.
Yeah, he could win that.
He has to win that one.
How does he have to win year one?
I mean, what I'm saying is,
I hope that he upsets TCU, just because that would, I mean, if TCU's coming off of the national championship and
they're gonna have a chip on their shoulder.
They
done been embarrassed. They done embarrassed the Big 12. They done embarrassed the state of they done embarrassed the state of Texas. They done embarrassed the city of Fort Worth. Oh, they're gonna be ready.
Yeah, and they need to be, and then it's gonna be in Fort Worth, so it's gonna be a home game for them. So it's gonna be a very hard first game.
So Doc, who they got coming back for the quarterback? Because that boy is gone, right? Max is gone.
Oh, they're gonna get him. They got to look into either the portal. They're gonna try to find somebody. Yeah, they're gonna have to look in the portal.
Okay. All right. Who's the third game?
The third game is Colorado State, so that's a rival game.
They should win that.
So he has to win that. Arizona State is his fourth game.
He might win that.
Arizona Wildcats,
He'll lose that.
Oregon State,
You said who?
Oregon State.
Wait. The Arizona Wildcats is in Boulder.
Yeah, but Arizona had an actually decent season
Yeah,
last season.
they'll lose to Arizona now. They could beat Arizona State, but they're
wonder
gonna
how
lose to
long it's
Arizona.
gonna take for them to start saying the N-word and leaving nooses and throwing cotton on the field.
Who's the next one?
Oregon State.
Oregon State.
They should lose that.
That's gonna be in Boulder too.
Yeah, but Oregon State had a decent team.
You can't.
And they picked up the quarterback from Clemson.
Yeah, they should lose. They'll lose to Oregon State.
Stanford is a win.
Yeah, Stanford's a win.
USC.
Go to the next one. The next three is losses.
Okay, who is it?
USC.
Loss.
Oregon Ducks.
Loss.
UCLA.
Loss. Who's next?
That's it.
Did y'all say Utah?
Washington State, Utah.
They might can beat Washington State, but Utah gonna smash them.
Utah and then Washington.
See, now Washington State still got Cameron Ward. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't either. They could beat Washington State, right?
Yeah, it depends. Yeah. It depends. Now Utah, you ain't beating them.
No, man. They don't bust, man.
That Kyle Whittingham team.
Yes. Discipline and coming straight ahead.
Well, they have a lot of home games.
Yeah, but they'll lose. They get out there and run with that Buffalo.
Mr. Ford said, home game, away game, game, they losing.
They lose.
Yeah, get out there and run with that Buffalo.
My thing about it is when it comes to that, because like I said, USC, they're returning Caleb Williams. They returning most of their team. Oregon Ducks returning Bo Nix. They returning most of their team. UCLA, I don't think is they probably gonna have to get another they're gonna have to find a QB, but it's Chip Kelly.
Yeah, okay, right.
Now let's do Jackson State.
I don't even know what the rest of their schedule looking like.
Okay, so
that's just first three.
South Carolina State in Atlanta. Win.
They don't beat them.
Win.
Yeah,
that's a win.
Win. Okay, so the next one is Florida A&M Rattlers in Miami. Win.
That's gonna be a good one.
It's gonna be a good one.
It's gonna be a good one.
You know what though? It might be like the 7-6 game, but it might have some more scoring to it. But it's gonna be a close game. But I think it's a toss-up.
I can't call that.
Listen,
the only reason why
Niles Gaddy was a beast at the last Miami game.
Yeah,
and
he was.
Niles Gaddy is coming back.
Now, I'm gonna say this:
Davis is coming back. Boosie, Jacob Humphrey, he's coming back. Jeremiah Williams is coming back. There's continuity with Coach Weeks still being there. So everything that was applied during that time. Who else we got? Antonio Doyle. Juriante Davis.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's a player. Jerion is 32, right?
Yep.
He's a player. He is a player, man.
That's 5 of, and these are starters, switching out starters. You know, that's 5 right there that's coming back from our defense.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry, but with that coming, and then I think we still have Huggins. John Huggins, I seen him.
Somebody put in your thing said Huggins. He went to Ole Miss.
I didn't see none of that. Now he was on a YouTube video with his backpack in school a couple of days ago. So unless he left out, he's on Antonio Doyle's video when he asked about MJ or LeBron James.
You know, John Huggins has always impressed me.
Yeah.
You
Oh
know,
yeah.
he always impressed me.
So we have Huggins, and then we have K5
That's
Mm-hmm.
and
Kevin Wiggins.
Mm-hmm.
Tedrick Wiggins,
Yeah,
and
he's
he had,
tough.
I
He's
think he
tough.
had a interception at that game, or was that Herman's?
Yeah, he did. He had a pick
No,
six.
it was a pick six.
Yeah, he
So
was a
he
pick
had
six.
one. So you got those two. So I'm gonna do another video with like the same way I did the O line. I'm gonna do the D line and all that. But my point is this: like, the core is coming back. So people are sleeping on Jackson State. I haven't seen too many teams addressing that O line like Jackson State is. That's all I'm gonna say. Jalen
Now,
Hughes.
FAMU has an experienced offensive line, right?
Yeah.
Because
They
they didn't
probably
really.
missing, they probably gonna lose like 2 starters, but other
Yes,
than
but
that,
no,
they should be.
Colvin was one.
So
Yeah.
they are saying that Huggins is going to Ole Miss. That's not a I don't know. For me, and I am biased, but a lot of times when I look at where these players are going, now I know of course that the water can play a huge point in why somebody would want to leave, but if we're talking about exposure, Jackson State is going to have the same ESPN. It's still going to be on ESPN Plus. The MEAC SWAC Challenge is going to be one of the biggest games of the season because you have James Houston's old team, Jacoby Durant's old team. It's going to be probably like we've seen that the Celebration Bowl does numbers. I wouldn't be surprised if the MEAC SWAC Challenge did something similar to that.
Now, that Texas State game is gonna be a little bit difficult right there.
Yes,
It's
it
not
is.
gonna be easy because now that's GJ Kenny coming in his first year.
Mm-hmm.
Now he can get Malik Hornsby that transferred in from Arkansas. If he gets on the right foot, then it's gonna be hard in that game because
I mean, I don't know how much of the current staff that Texas State is going to continue to have, but I will say this. One of Texas State's former coaches is actually at Jackson State, the
yep,
Fleming. His name is
RJ Fleming.
RJ Fleming. He was playing, I think he was coaching running back coach at
Uh-huh.
Texas State. And he also was underneath or coached with Maurice Harris.
Right. Oh,
So
yeah.
I will say this, that the only thing that Texas State would probably have on us is depth at most. Because I don't know. Let me see.
To me, it'll be more offense. I don't know how their defense would be, but GJ Kenny is an offensive coach because
They
he
have
throw
Coach Leftwich is their offensive coordinator.
mm,
Mark Leftwich.
now
Are they in the Sun Belt Conference? What conference are they in?
Sunbelt.
That's a good conference, too.
Kenny. Now you gotta remember, GJ Kenny just coached up Lindsey Scott.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Lindsey Scott ain't no joke. I
No,
promise
he's not.
you. He
Didn't he win the Heisman for FCS?
Yep, he
Did
won
you
the
just
Walker
say he
Payton
just
Award.
coached him up? Didn't we have Coach Maurice Harris just coach up Matt Willis?
Malik
Willis?
Willis.
Yeah, Malik Willis.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
what I'm talking about now,
Yeah.
Malik Willis, he ain't no Lindsey Scott from no college. That man, that kid right there had
Blue said it's the same offensive coordinator that they had at Incarnate Word. It's literally the Incarnate Word
basically
staff
moving
coaching
on
staff
down the
and
road.
all their good players. So basically, if we beat them or we play close to them, does that mean that we're pretty good compared to because we always make this comparison in the FCS that Jackson State doesn't play anybody and Incarnate Word would dog walk them. So let's see. This is going to be an interesting game.
Like I said, his dad is Gary Joe Kenny. He's a legendary high school coach. He played under his dad at Gilmer and at Canton. It was a document about his dad that his dad, when his dad, when he was the head coach at Canton High School here in Texas, uh, a player's father came up to the school, and I don't know if they shot him. I forgot either he shot or he stabbed his GJ Kenny's dad. Yeah,
Woo. Where was
because he
that at?
didn't put. This was in the. It was around mid 2000s.
So
Yeah,
what town were they in?
Canton, Texas,
That's East or West Texas?
East.
Yeah.
It's like probably about 45 minutes, to an hour, about 45 minutes.
Okay, so
Dallas.
they just recently put out their coaching staff. So
Yeah, Oz, he shot him. Yeah, he shot him, and yeah, bro, he was in ICU for like a couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's awful.
But yeah, he was a actual legend. I mean, he's a coaching legend out here. So, I mean, but like I said, he learned from the best. So it's not like GJ Kenny ain't learning from no slouch.
And
then
you
as
know
long as
what?
he put,
You heard about Friday night in Texas? Y'all had the biggest NBA game in the history of the NBA.
yeah, the San Antonio Spurs, they
Yeah, you had
celebrating their 50th.
68,000 for a basketball NBA game.
Yeah, they were celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Spurs.
Oh, that's 50th anniversary of the Spurs.
Mm-hmm.
Man, when I remember, I'm trying to think the first time I saw the Iceman.
is Lindsey Scott getting drafted?
He can be, but I don't think he would.
What? If Lindsey Scott don't get drafted,
They're gonna kill him about it because of his height, first of all.
How
And then
tall is he?
Lindsey Scott is like 5'10".
Well, he XFL.
Then they'll kill him because 6-7 round pick. Then they will kill him because of
5'11".
He can go to Rock Johnson's league. What's that league
Right,
called?
Allen said he's old. How old is he? Is he
He's
another?
not as old as Stetson Bennett, is
Yeah,
he?
he's about as old as Stetson Bennett.
He's another Stetson Bennett, but he's FCS Stetson.
He's 25, about 25. Because he had a lot of medical red shirt, plus he had the COVID years, so he had 3 extra years on top of that. Plus he was at LSU, so he was sitting behind Joe Burrow and all the boys.
What's wrong with the?
So he did 7 years. What did he do?
It says Lindsey Scott is bigger than Bryce Young, but nobody wants to talk about that. Ooh, Blue is spilling the tea.
Because that guy Bryce Young going first round.
And why is he going? The only reason why Bryce Young going first round? No, it says Bryce Young is 6 foot. Or did they lie?
Bryce Young is like 5'10" for real.
Oh, so they lied.
But he got a cannon for an arm, though.
He got a cannon for an arm.
He can do, and he's smart. He's a smart guy.
He's 6 foot and he's 194 pounds, and then
he's
21. And you're saying that he will go first round to who?
Yeah.
See, this is why sometimes the first round quarterbacks don't be about nothing.
Yeah, guess who got the first round pick?
Where they went to school at.
But remember, who got the first round pick is Chicago. Chicago don't want that pick because they already got Justin Fields.
Yeah.
Well, Justin Fields, they need to get some first round offensive linemen.
Yes, they do, because they keep them on the run.
But also too, that was the killer for the last 2 coaches. That was Lovie Smith and that was Matt. What's the name of the other Ryan? Not Ryan Pace. That's the GM. But what's the name of the other coach they had?
Bryce Young's 110 pounds wet. Damn.
But they killed.
Texans need more than just a quarterback. Texans need everything.
The Texans need to just go, Matt Nagy. Yeah, said
Texans
Matt Nagy.
need to just go to the XFL.
But he was a horrible coach because they didn't give him no offensive line.
So basically, trench work is the same as in the NFL as it is.
Yep, you gotta have it. That's the reason why.
If I'm a quarterback, I do not want to go to the Houston Texans. I don't want to go to the Carolina Panthers. They don't have a decent O-line either.
They'll probably build one. They'll build one in the off season for
the Houston Texans job is just like Colorado. They give it to a black guy so that he could just fail because it's not a winning.
But it was meant for. But the thing is, with the Texans, they wanted them to fail. They wanted them to fail so they get the first pick. And Lovey
The
ain't
Houston
going
Texans
for that.
need new ownership.
Yes,
No,
but it's ran by the McNair family, so
Yeah.
they ain't going nowhere.
Uh-uh.
So that's the reason why you talking about the same family that said the patriarch said that the players was like prisoners running the asylum.
Yeah,
Eric
he showed.
Bieniemy-
I remember that.
Eric Bieniemy is not getting the head coaching job.
No.
He's not getting a head coaching job. He got
I thought he should have got the Colorado job.
he could have got the Colorado job. Should have got the Colorado
Yeah,
job.
he should have got he played for him, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
He
Now,
should have got that job.
Now, the reason why Bieniemy ain't gonna get no head coaching job because it is word around the NFL that he is real abrasive with his players. That's the thing. Josh McCown, they said he'll be the next head coach, but he's trash. Josh McCown is a high school coach. He doesn't have no type of coaching in college. He doesn't have no type of coaching in NFL. So
I don't want to hear nothing about who got coaching after they had Jeff Saturday as an interim head coach for Colts.
But see, he was drunk buddies with Jim Irsay Jr. They used to drink together.
They just make it so obvious that you got to be a part of the big boy network.
Yeah,
so
that's good old boys. Yeah, I think Jeff lives here in Atlanta.
Well, I'm gonna tell you just like this.
The Rooney Rule is so like. If you ever notice when they interview a black coach, they publicize it heavily. Like when Brian Flores went over to the Cleveland Browns. Did he interview recently?
I think they're trying to make him the defense coordinator. Aren't they?
No.
Well, Tactics. I don't know, but I think we should have a show when the NFL draft comes, we'll see who's going to actually be coming from the HBCU ranks. Who we think was going to be drafted as far as for the NFL. XFL actually starts next month.
According, are you talking about XFL or NFL?
XFL.
Oh, okay.
XFL starts next month, I think. The USFL is going to be starting in April. So, and the reason why they want the XFL starting in February is because they don't want to coincide with the USFL starting in April.
Okay.
So it makes it,
they're gonna have year-round football.
Pretty much.
Well, I mean, I'm down for the USFL and XFL because that definitely gives certain players an opportunity to showcase their talent.
Mm-hmm.
I know the Blue Buds said that according to the NFL Scout, the top 5 FCS prospects are Cody Mouch, Tucker Kraft, Mark Evans for UAPB.
Yeah, he's a dog at the offense as an offensive tackle.
Lepke.
Hunter Lepke. Yeah.
Rosivas. Wow. So sometimes it's not even about a popularity contest of, because I would think Lindsey Scott would get a chance.
He probably would, but it'd be I don't know how it'll be. But with the XFL, man, I think it's gonna be it's a better product now. I'm glad that they did go through their first full year without no interruptions, no hitches coming up. Um other than that, um well actually it's gonna be their first full year. The XFL before they was stopped because of COVID. Um so yeah, you got the XFL, USFL, CFL, and then the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
So you got a lot. So we got so you got football year round. Oh yeah. So Aubrey has a 6-7 round grade right now. Can't the but I think he
Aubrey Miller would have to show out at the Reese Bowl.
that and then if he does show out, he has to show out that he can play on special teams too. That's where
I would think maybe possibly like because he's really good up the center. But I don't even know. Are they allowed to tackle that hard?
in
Because he was
in the Senior Bowl. Not they're not allowed to blitz.
What? Are you serious? They're not allowed to blitz, or
they're not allowed to blitz because it's like an all-star game. They're not allowed to blitz because they want to see if you could fill in the gaps. They want to see if you can actually cover. Mainly, they want to, as far as for linebacker play, they want to see if you can actually cover. So if like Blue, yeah, he plays special teams at Jackson State. He could play if he plays special teams at Jackson State. If he played, if we get out there on the kickoff team in the Senior Bowl and still play defense, he'll get drafted. And then also what he does, and also what he does in on his pro day. Mr. Ford, he said, "Do you think Anthony Lynn gets another shot as an NFL head coach?"
I'm getting ready to go to bed.
I think Mr. Ford might left us. But
no, I'm just nodding a little bit.
Oh yeah, we get ready to shut it down. But if one more question, then we're gonna shut this thing down.
Okay.
Is that they asked if you think Anthony Lynn gonna get another shot in the NFL as a head coach?
Ooh, that y'all just kind of answered that about how phony that Rooney Rule is. I don't know, cause that guy blew that game tonight. Shoot, I think Lynn would have did better than that. That guy blew that game, man.
Oh yeah.
I stopped watching. It was 21 to nothing. 7.
They won tonight, Mr. Ford.
Yeah, but he stopped watching it the first half at the.
I stopped watching it. San Diego's beating Jacksonville.
Yep, Jacksonville won 31-30.
Yeah, what was the halftime score?
I'm definitely it was
27-7.
27-7. I'm definitely
and it was San Diego, right?
The Charge
LA was winning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, he blew that, man.
No, Vegas called. That was a Vegas call. That would have nothing.
You're right. Because that was ridiculous.
Man, it was nice. It was nice to have this show tonight. We're gonna do it again. Hey, Mr. Ford, I'm probably gonna come up with some stuff for Black History Month for next month.
Okay.
Do some. We talk about some different HBCUs, the schools and the teams, and different players and stuff like that. So we'll probably
tell your listeners to get Arthur Ashe's book, Hard Road to Glory.
Y'all heard it.
Yeah, get that book, Hard Road to Glory, so we can talk about that February.
All right. I'm gonna get that book too myself. I gotta read it.
Don't forget to follow me if you haven't already. Follow me.
Okay, I will.
I will. Upcoming podcast / shows that I'm getting ready to do soon.
Yeah, and let me ask y'all something. Now, when's Jackson State gonna be on HBCU Go for basketball?
The only time Jackson State will be on HBCU Go is when the other team is hosting it.
Oh, so they're
Yeah,
not playing any games in Jackson? HBCU Go not broadcasting any games in Jackson?
not
I
even
don't
what
know. I
it
think
has.
Dion might have done some stuff, made some
Huh.
decisions about. I don't know. Let me just hush
It
my
was,
mouth.
listen, it was some good games today, y'all. I
Was it
watched
clear?
huh?
Was it clear? And
Yeah, and it was
Yeah,
good. Like I said, now you know what I say. Take that tournament to Jackson. If you can't take it to tournament to Jackson, take that tournament to Baton Rouge.
talk about SWAC basketball tournament.
Yeah, the SWAC basketball tournament.
As it said, what Birmingham?
Yeah, I don't like that.
oh, it
Yeah,
looks like we have. It says we do have a couple Jackson State games. Jackson State versus, yeah, like I said, it was only if it's going to be at a school. So it looks like Jackson State's at Texas Southern
Oh,
on
that'll be a good
Monday,
one.
yeah.
January
Like
16th.
blue.
That will be I can share that real quick before we go. I can share that little message. So it does look like we might have a couple games on here. Let's see. SWAC. Let's see. But and then they are, I guess HBCU Go is supposed to come to Jackson on Saturday, January 21st.
Hmm. Who they got?
Bethune.
Oh, that's Reggie Theus.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have Jackson State and Grambling.
Grambling.
Oh, that's gonna be a good one. That's in Jackson.
No, that's
I
in
think
Grambling. That's
Grambling.
going to be a big game.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big game. That's a weekend, or what is that?
Well, not a big game for the girls because the girls, they should, after this loss, we shouldn't see any more losses. But for the guys, definitely a big game.
Yeah,
I
that's a
say
big game.
on the women's side, the only team that might give some sort of problem to Jackson, other than Prairie View got lucky, but I think it will be more of I think Bethune,
Really?
Now, what about Southern?
Southern girls, Southern.
Southern girls.
Yeah, they will probably give us some. They'll probably give us a problem.
Now, Doc, let me ask you this. This presupposing they fire the boys and girls coach at Florida A&M. What's your
I've already
recommendation?
talked about. I already said that earlier. I said
Who
that.
who would you like to take those two jobs?
I wouldn't even know who would take those jobs right there because the simple fact, the thing is, who wants to go to FAM?
They got a beautiful arena down there.
Beautiful arena down
Tallahassee
there,
is a great college town.
but
That Leon County area, about 200,000 in the city.
I don't even know who. But they'll figure something out. I don't even know if FAMU even worried about basketball. I think they're more about football still.
That's all they. You right. What was his name? See, when I was in college, they tried to win in every sport, but Coach Dr. Humphreys changed that. He said that with the money they were spending at that time, they were spending like 8 or 9 million. He wanted the majority of the money to go toward football. Because that's what he was. He said they didn't need to be worrying about all them sports. He wanted to win big in football.
Yeah. But yeah, man, that's the only thing I can really say. Coach Pillow, yeah, she got to be out of there because
she got they about 2 weeks ago, the kids weren't there. Bethune Cookman came in there and beat the girls up and beat the boys up. And the diehards were there, and they were like, these people got to go.
About that. They was upset about that one.
Yeah, they want all of that. They want the boys coach gone, and they want the girls coach out.
I think they need to go ahead and start recruiting like it's a SWAC instead of kind of still having that MEAC mindset. Even though it's kind of hard to get away from that mindset because you only been in the conference for 2 years. I think they need to try to get that grit and grind when it comes down to SWAC. Players that fit SWAC schools. But I don't know. But I'm about to
I was thinking, what about some of them assistants that was with Vivian String up there at Rutgers? Can we get some of them?
I don't even know. They just got to be able to say they want to come.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Because Vivian turned out she had a lot of coaches with her. Vivian had a coaching tree out this world.
Mm. But yeah, man, I thank y'all for coming on. I'm sleepy over here because I gotta be at work at 12 o'clock tonight. Later. But as always, Simona, thank you for coming on as usual.
Thank you for having me.
And all right, you Mr. Ford, we're gonna try to work on that Black History thing for the show.
Okay, we'll do it.
All right.
All right.
And everybody, it is past the player's bedtime. So as always, y'all, man, I ain't gonna get no shout outs. It's almost 5 hours on this thing.
It was 5 hours?
Almost 5 hours.
Dang. That's a marathon.
Pretty much. I always remember it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah.
But everybody be blessed, everybody stay safe, and everybody stay dangerous. Y'all have a good one. Peace.